Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now. Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
A wonderful day ahead in Manila as the underdog Empire Esports has come to slay the monster that is BREN Esports. The latter blazing an unstoppable path throughout the qualifiers and the playoffs, with the former, well, looking to put an end to that tirade. But even with a bright future ahead of them, Empire Esports is going to need more than just a sunny disposition if they want to build their empire on BREN Esports' current grounds. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here and good afternoon to you amazing people. We have our grand final day of Week 1, Stage 1 of the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, guys. As I said, it is a grand finals day, and at the end of the day, of the best of 5 series, we're gonna find out what the top 4 seedings really are when we move into it. Of course, guys, this is all presented by PPGL, the largest esports tournament, multi-game esports tournament in the Philippines for the Filipino gamer. Here organized by Mineski and Globe, guys. We have so much in store for you guys today. Of course, it is going to be BREN Esports and Empire facing off later on in the grand final. The best of 5 is what we're going to be dealing with. But guys, let's open the floor up now to my co-panelists, the ever amazing Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing on this beautiful Sunday afternoon?
It is a beautiful day indeed, Mr. Black and Blue. Trix, a pleasure to join you guys here on the analyst desk as always. But for me, it's pretty much the same narrative. You know, I wake up, Valorant. Go to work, Valorant. Go home later, more Valorant. And then I dream of Valorant. And the cycle repeats itself. It's a beautiful lifestyle.
I'm pretty sure you've had Valorant for breakfast too.
Oh, yes.
I've definitely dreamt about Valorant. That is true. That's how I know I'm playing a game a little too much.
I'm not lying. Like, I actually did.
So actually, today we have a best of 5 coming up, as Black and Blue has let us know, which is the BREN Esports versus Empire. And I'm really looking forward to that. But I just want to, real quick, I just want to talk about yesterday's games. So the first game we had up was Affinity and Dreamfire, correct?
Yeah.
And a lot of us were kind of upset about the outcome because we really expected Affinity to show up a little bit more than they did. But what do you think happened to them there?
Affinity... it's just, you know, with that factor of having a sub play the game.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge, huge factor.
That's true, because I felt like their communication was a little bit off. It seemed that they weren't really doing the crossfires. They were taking a lot of one-on-one angles. They were splitting themselves up on the defender side. So I was quite surprised. I think that they're definitely lacking in terms of teamwork that game. And the crossfires just weren't there. The retakes were starting to get a little, you know, offhand. And I just think that the proactive plays on Split, really on Affinity as well, but also Dreamfire taking it back with that breach, I think Dreamfire just did so much better at the later game.
I'm going to have to agree with you in that it's pretty much on the fundamental level, right?
Yeah.
It felt as if Dreamfire just were a lot more cohesive as a unit. Granted, Affinity did do pretty good on the first half, but then Dreamfire was just able to take it home. And, you know, we even went into, I believe, 13-15.
Yeah, I think, you know, Affinity just rocking it in the first part, really. Like, they were just amazing. But I'm not sure what happened where I feel like they started to get a little lost.
Yeah, it seems like, as you said, they were not able to close out the maps the way that we were expecting them to. They did not look like Affinity Esports, and that is not to take away, obviously, from the effort by Dreamfire, because, mind you guys, Dreamfire did do a decent effort against BREN Esports in the semifinal matches afterwards, who we all know BREN Esports is a monster that they is. So still, very good effort, very valiant effort coming in there from the side of, well, Affinity, but still, Dreamfire took it in the end. 2-0 is what they did.
And then the Viper pick came out on Icebox, right? And I was saying this yesterday, that we've seen it on G2 and on Liquid when they played on Icebox. They both played with a Viper. One with the Reyna Sova composition, and the other one with the Killjoy and the Raze, right? And I feel like it made sense because Reyna's a character that you really want to pop off, but you kind of need that Sova for intel behind the walls, behind the smokes. And it just felt that, you know, Affinity Esports didn't really have that in their game.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you in that. It's just, in my opinion, when you have that Viper pick, you also deny your team a lot of vision itself. So I totally understand the logic behind having to supplement that Viper pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost seemed like, well, they did pick the Killjoy with the Viper, and we all had qualms about that pick to support the Viper.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like they saw that it worked for other teams, but didn't fully understand why and in which composition it really fit in. But you can see the stats from that previous game. A very close one here on the double overtime with Dreamfire taking map number 1, a heartbreaking loss going the way on map number 1, split there towards their side. Georgie, of course, amazing
33
amazing
kills.
performance from
Oh
him.
my God.
This
A
dude,
30 bomb. I mean,
a
come on.
casual 30 bomb with 3 on top of that too.
But I do want to point out Itahachi did really well, even as a substitute. I think that he played amazing. You could see that he was just a talented player. And I'm not saying that the players are bad, all right, in Affinity Esports, but I am saying that there was that lack of really understanding each other's movement that I feel they might have not had an issue with had they not subbed out one player.
That could very well be a possibility.
Yeah.
Again, I mentioned previously that having one player change in the rotation can really affect massively the rest of your team chemistry and synergy.
That is true.
And that's kind of one of the most important things that people have to realize too, is that, okay, comms are great, right? You need good comms, you need good teamwork, you need good mechanical skill. But sometimes there are some situations where you're just going to have to play off what you think your teammate's about to do. Even if they're
Yes.
about to call it out, yes, but you still have to anticipate that. And in some cases, pulling in your 6-man is no joke. Of course, you
Yeah.
have a 6-man and you still scrim with him, you still play with him for that factor to build chemistry, but in the end, your main 5-man roster, your first 5 lineup is where your bread and butter was made. And so here are the stats for map number 2, guys, you're seeing on screen. This is for yesterday, here with
Yeah.
Dreamfire versus Affinity Esports, and this one seemed to be, I guess, if there was a time that Affinity looked lost, it was here on Icebox.
I think I do still want to point out that the combat scores are still pretty good, especially with that Viper. You see there 223 for the combat score. And I don't want, and I say this often, I don't want Philippine teams to get disheartened then from taking these picks that are a little more team heavy, team play heavy. Like you have the Viper, you have the Sky. I know that some teams are picking up Breach now, but I also know that it seems that they're having a hard time adjusting to it. And I feel like they shouldn't shy away from that, though. I want, the Philippine local teams to challenge themselves in that aspect and to really, try and take on the difficulty of working with these agents, because these agents are amazing,
Yeah.
but they really need good teamwork.
Definitely, it's just we're not blaming the Viper pick here, right, guys?
Yeah.
For the record, we're not blaming the Viper pick for this loss on Affinity Esports.
I think
And
we all on the panel here, and I know multiple pro players agree as well, that Viper is probably one of the best, most underutilized, agents
Yeah.
that we see in the Valorant competitive scene. And so, if we actually had, the Valorant, Viper experience that we were
Yeah.
kind of expecting from Affinity Esports, it would have been such an amazing spectacle to see, because we don't normally see Viper in our region, let alone our country. So,
Yes,
guys,
I believe it's actually even Mixwell that pointed it out. That
Yeah.
you look at the stats for Viper and you think, oh, she's not a really good agent. But if you actually study and understand the kit of Viper, you realize she's amazing, but we just haven't really utilized her enough. And I feel like, if people took the time, if teams took the time to really look at that and break it down, why is this a good agent for me? Why is this a good agent for my team? They might find that it's easier to make certain compositions work for them.
yes, well, here is the second match of yesterday. Excuse the overlay up top. It is actually Chimera versus Empire Esports there. A close match that we actually expected to go all the way to the third map, but somehow Empire Esports were able to shut Chimera down and bring it to a 2-0 in their favor. Now they have made their way to the grand final by doing that same endeavor. You can see some amazing plays coming out from almost every single member on the side of Empire Esports. And, well, Chimera has some amazing, individual players.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was Empire Esports' default sets and their defenses, too, that really pushed them through.
I think the narrative here between Empire Esports and Chimera, and we were speculating, the three of us were debating, and along with the other casters over there, that this would probably be the closest matchup of the the first split. But in the end, it was a 2-0, and in my humble opinion, I do believe that Chimera just exhibited over-aggression at multiple points in time during this matchup, which led to their eventual defeat.
Yeah. I also feel like when watching this game of between Empire and Chimera, I felt that Chimera wasn't really used to playing against that overwhelming kind of team, because this is what we also say, that some teams know what they're good at, and Empire is one of those that have a structure, but then they also kind of overwhelm the sites, so they just like go on full force, similar to Dreamfire. And I feel like Chimera hasn't had the experience of playing against teams like that really just go all in, and it's like all or nothing, and then they're so aggressive, and it's really difficult for Chimera to take those safe peaks that we always see them do, right? And again, here I mentioned, like, really checking your corners
Right on the money.
with with Empire is so important because they have a lot of the bait setups, while Chimera plays a lot of the crossfires.
Yeah,
So that's
and-
also something we noticed.
Yeah, those bait setups and obviously playing the corners was exactly the way that they won the very last round of the series, right? With,
Yeah.
I believe it was Silver on the Phoenix there in the
Yes.
corner behind the green box towards the B site on Bind, and that's how, well, they made themselves go into the grand final. So good job by them. Silver here, very good effort for him. That was on map number 1 there, the Jet, I think. Yeah, this is map number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Map number 1 was Ascent. Young Pork here is, he had a very valiant endeavor. We actually saw him try to hard hold the site by himself solo so many times where
Yeah.
maybe he'd
He
go
does a good
1 for
job.
1, 1 for 2 sometimes even, but in the end it still wasn't enough for the retake to happen in the favor of Chimera sometimes. And so first map was did heavily go in the way of Empire, I think.
I think what I'd like to ask them though is Empire has been solid throughout this tournament, right? But what's the next step for them?
Okay, Empire's been solid. They always have been very, very solid. But what's next for Empire is, I believe, we were talking about the next level of skill.
Yeah.
That skill ceiling, overcoming that skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Of having really good crossfire, really good team synergy, having perfect mechanical skill.
Yeah.
It's just, what can you do to overcome that and go up against power rankings of teams in the international stage?
Yeah.
Right? So I really do believe that the next step here is having a lot of set defensive and offensive
Yeah.
protocols and utilizing those utilities in like an orchestrated manner. So to
Yeah.
speak. Being aware of those timings.
So kind of like a rule book for them, like saying if this happens, then ideally we should do this. But rather than just following it by the book, really feeling
Yes.
the game out with each
Yes.
other and just being super aware of, this is what we're good at, and then this is kind of where we're a little weak at.
I think it's sort of like a sixth sense, so
Yeah.
to speak, like an extra layer of game sense.
Yeah.
Yep. Guys, here on the board are the stats for map number 2, and let's just talk about what you guys were continuing to talk about. Those type of stuff where you have like a rule book and you have all the stats and
Yeah.
analytics behind you. People have to realize that sometimes for simple, player-owned teams and orgs, ones that aren't actually like large organizations such as like BREN Esports and Archangel, they might not have the time nor the manpower to do that. And so them getting this far here, Empire, knowing that they're just 5 players, I think they have a coach, but I don't think they have any sort of boot camp or anything, or any sort of analyst bin their side. It's very impressive that they got this far, even against
Yeah.
such strong teams. Of course, you got teams like BREN Esports, Archangels, they got their boot camps, they got, their analytics, their coaches and all. But for a team like Empire to get this far, without even having maybe a strict rule book as some other
Yeah.
teams might, some more well-established organizations might, it's very impressive for their side to get this win 13-7 against.
I do think it is impressive. I really do. I feel like they showed a lot of why they are here, and they've proven themselves over and over again with all of their matchups. But I just wondered, like, with a team that has such a solid foundation, that's proven to have this really solid foundation, going up against BREN Esports, you kind of wonder, what do they do from here?
Yeah.
And I feel like, as Viminal was saying, it is about understanding your team's strengths and really knowing that this is what you are good at, to then be able to acknowledge the weaknesses, where you might fall a little short in the next match, where you're going to go from there, how you're going to, adjust to what is coming your way. And I feel like that's something that definitely Empire is going to be working on from now on because they have such a good foundation. There's not much else.
Yeah, and on the topic of like what's next for them, and we were talking about this off camera, it's just that part of it is having that mindset of aspiring or dreaming way bigger
Yes.
than our local Valorant ecosystem.
Yes. I do think so. I think it's about, reaching for the stars, guys. Like you gotta
As cliche as it sounds.
you gotta reach for the stars, and if you miss, at least you're farther than you would have thought you'd go.
And, we're saying this because we really do believe that Empire Esports are made up of really talented guys.
Yes.
Yes, well, I mean, just to chime in on that very briefly, while I think looking at the big picture is very important, still they'll have to get, have to focus on what's ahead of them right now
Yes.
if they
Oh,
yes.
even want to get there in the first
that
place.
is true.
And so, guys, of course, we all know that, but guys. Not only are those guys, what happened, but there was also a third match that happened yesterday. That was Dreamfire, the guys who beat Affinity Esports in the quarterfinal to get here in the semis versus BREN Esports, who are going to be playing in the
Yes.
grand final of today versus the team that we just saw there, Team Empire. So Empire Esports are going to be going up against BREN here, and you can see them. BREN, well, a very valiant effort and a very, they tried. They really did try Dreamfire here, and they gave BREN Esports a run for their money for the most part. But in the end, BREN Esports they put their foot down. They said, we're BREN.
Yeah.
We're going to do the BREN things. We're going to do the BREN things, and that's basically what they got.
To give you the BREN experience and the...
I mean, yeah, Dreamfire took on a formidable opponent that we all know and respect a lot, especially on the server, and that's BREN. Everyone knows them at this point. And I think Dreamfire definitely played to their strengths, but similar to Empire, I feel like it's gotta be more than that when you go against a team like BREN. And this is what I was saying at the end of the last recap, right? It's about understanding your weaknesses to then... Oh, sorry, understanding your strengths and really playing on your strengths to then cover up the weaknesses. I remember there was one round where the breach on BREN was actually trapped under hookah when there was a Killjoy ultimate out. And knowing he couldn't move, he ended up using his ultimate skill, and his teammates adjusted for him.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. It's kind of like that understanding of, I'm incapable of doing that. And, BREN acknowledging that, saying, okay, this is what we can do for you.
It's that on-the-fly
it's
adaptation.
on your feet, fast, especially in a game like Valorant that really is fast-paced.
To your point, that adjustment on the breach was actually made by Borkum, who
Yeah.
we don't normally see on the breach, but it was nice to see him on the breach. For
It
once.
was nice. It actually was.
He used to play a lot of Breach before he shifted to the Phoenix. But now, yes, it's pretty fun to actually watch him go back to that Breach, as he is quite possibly one of the most powerful breaches here in the local scene.
We actually just saw Humi get deleted there by an orbital strike, by both an orbital strike and the Hunter's Fury at the same exact time.
It happens to the best of us, man.
I think that BREN has been so coordinated and they're really flexing their picks. Like we've seen them play the Sky on Haven paired with the Omen, and then we see him pull out a Phoenix with a Brimstone. And I just feel like they're also showing us, as Empire has, that they're a versatile team. Like they're not stuck to one or two agents, they're gonna take them all.
Speaking of versatility as well, not only are they capable of flexing in terms of agent picks, but they're also capable of shifting gears, mid-match.
Yeah.
And we saw it here, BREN versus Dreamfire in this. I do believe this is Bind, right?
This is Haven.
No, this is Haven. But
Yeah.
during the Haven game and during the Bind game, they were shifting gears between being hyper aggressive, being sort of that passive defensive style, playing
Yeah.
slow, and then all of a sudden, boom, 180 in the next round. You always keep your opponent guessing, and that's
Yeah.
what BREN is really, really good at.
To add to that too, Vim, sometimes not even like mid-match, but mid-round. Like they make an
Yeah.
adjustment mid-round and be like, okay, you know what? I think we tried going B softly. Let's try going A hard. Let's try going A real hard. And
Yeah.
their executes did work out because their flexibility and their ability to really just go on the fly and make decisions on the fly. And of course, that also harpens to the great shot calling by their in-game leader. Is really spectacular to see.
Yeah, and I think that, Dreamfire, especially on Bind, did very well, in my opinion. They were capitalizing on BREN's mistakes, which they were making, the early advantage that Dreamfire would just get. And the ability that makes to open up the site, it's already a disadvantage for the defender side, and Dreamfire is picking up on that. I believe they took 6 rounds in.
Yeah.
But, BREN realizing like, hey, this isn't working for us, just stopped, and they started changing their setups until it worked. And then when it worked, it was like, okay, we fixed it. Like we've patched the mistake. And then Dreamfire's just there like, we need more rounds. And it was hard to watch because I'm watching the game and I'm wondering, well, what do the other local teams do from there too?
Yeah.
When you have a team like BREN who's experienced, good at thinking on their feet, just amazing players, it's so hard. Like you have all of the players in BREN always or consistently popping off when needed. And then you have the other teams that are, fundamentally they're great. But then you think strategically, are they really on the same level as BREN? Like can they really acknowledge themselves to be BREN's counterpart, like the one to challenge them? And I'm wondering if Empire is going to be that today.
Well, again, it's that level of thinking that they need to sort of break through. And I'm going to quote Albert Einstein here. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And
Yes.
that's basically what we're trying to say. It's just on a different level.
Yeah, that's just why I wonder, I think that all local teams, definitely all local teams should strive for farther than beating BREN. They should strive for going on stage against G2 and Liquid, They should strive to meet the pros they admire on stream and to play against them and make them be noticed on that server.
Right.
And I feel like that kind of drive, that push, it'll also alleviate some of the fear that I see in these players that, oh my God, we're against BREN, And I feel it in the server when you watch their games. It's like they're almost intimidated. Don't you think so?
I really do believe that intimidation is, of course, part of the game. That whole psyching out your opponent, tactical
recall that,
crouching,
yes.
in the middle.
Psychological warfare.
Psychological warfare. It's just Jedi mind
Yeah.
battles. But like, it's really true. It's actually quite puzzling to see sometimes. But it is a natural reaction, I guess.
I mean, of course, like the mental aspect is definitely a big aspect of the game that some teams and players and even community members don't even realize is big, and it's important to it. That's why some esports organizations and teams have actually gone to recruiting maybe a sports psychologist to help team
Yes.
chemistry and all that kind of stuff. But guys, speaking of, let's now move on to our brackets and see how things have shaped up during this entire week. Today we're obviously at the grand finals day, but let's look how things did progress and get to this stage in the first place. As we are here on day 3 of week number 1, stage number 1, we saw our quarterfinals matches with Empire beating Archangel. I think that was one match that we all thought Archangel is probably going to win.
Yeah.
But of course, Archangel fans, lots of you out there, they are probably perennially like a top 4 team in the Philippines. But of course, they're going to be able to qualify once again for the next week, guys. So do not worry about that. Here you can see Chimera versus 6045 Pirates from Cebu. Chimera, obviously, moving on forward to the quarters, wherein they lost to Empire. BREN Esports, they went up against SE Atlas, who did put up a good fight, but in the end, BREN was BREN, and they did win and go to the semifinal, wherein they faced here Dreamfire, who beat Affinity Esports to get there in the first place. And now here we are in our grand final. It's going to be BREN Esports versus, once again, our team to challenge him is, well, guys, of course, one another, Empire, and they're going to try and build their home, their kingdom right here. But guys, speaking of one player that did pop off a while ago, and yesterday rather, it was Dubstep, and he, along with our Dispenser and Illustrado, are going to break down a play that we did see during First Strike, an amazing clutch by him. Let's look at how things exactly shaped out in that one.
During game number 1 of the VALORANT First Strike Grand Finals between Archangel and BREN Esports, the 8th round proved to be nothing short of magical. On the map Bind, as BREN's Dispenser won a 1v3 clutch that got everyone out of their seats. Hard work, dedication, and of course the skills. The recipe for these top-notch plays during high-level competitions. Ever wondered what's going on in the mind of a pro as such moments unfold? My name is Illustrado, and this is Galawang Pro Gamer. Let's bring it back a little bit. BREN has just gotten 3 consecutive rounds successfully, and as the 8th round kicks off, Archangel proceeds to shake things up. With Archangel successfully executing a strike at B site against the too thinly spread and now outnumbered BREN squad, the momentum shifts and the boys in black and yellow are thrown into quite the conundrum. And this is where we turn our eyes to the Cypher, played by none other than Kevin Dispenser Te, a seasoned FPS vet with multiple titles around his belt.
I played for Mineski, Rex Regum Kion, which is Indonesia, Red Wolf, which is China, and then last is Archangel.
Running last towards the B site, he is at a heavy positional disadvantage versus the three winged angels already poised to take the round. But what can a Cypher do in this situation?
Bago mag-start yung round, so nakapag-set up ako ng mga plays, na mga traps. So meron na agad ako naisip na play bago pa lang mag-start yung round. So yun yung ginagamit kong advantage.
Dispenser, the last man standing, knows he needs to find the perfect setup if he wants to turn this round around. He needs to do something and needs to do it fast. With quick thinking, he decides to take a risk, hoping to catch the members of Archangel off guard. He strikes early, hoping to get an early kill before the retake begins and bring it to a 2v1. But what he does instead was something nobody could have expected. Emerging from the mouth of Bine's B Hall, Dispenser spots Josh S. peeking on the right side and fires with pinpoint accuracy to take down Josh S. But it doesn't end there.
Pinik ko si Josh, tapos napatay ko siya, na-headshot ko siya, then biglang lumabas yung dalawa, so natuhog ko silang parehas. Nag-line up sila.
With steely nerves and laser-focused reflexes, Dispenser anticipates a refrag and adjusts his aim accordingly. Archangel goes for the double peak refrag, which was a sound and tactical move. But the lineup from Dispenser was even better. Archangel's Carl and Nasmi, standing too close together, got caught off, and with a masterful spray, Dispenser takes them down, lining the both of them up and taking down the remaining two Archangels perfectly to complete the clutch.
Yung clutch para sa akin, meron kang nagawang napaka-imposibleng bagay. So let's say 1v3, 1v4, 1v5, pero napanalo mo pa rin yan. So yan, against all odds.
Against all odds, indeed. Mind-blowing as that play was, it's just another day at the office for the one-man dispensing machine.
Dispenser in a load of trouble here in a 1v3. What can you do? He lets it. Oh my God! BREN Dispenser! What was that? Triple spray down from him.
The VALORANT Challengers is fast approaching. Can BREN's Dispenser keep his magic flick? And what about you guys? Are you ready to rise up to the challenge?
Keep grinding, guys. Huwag kayong mawala ng pag-asa kahit anong mangyari. Hilan tayo pataas. So, laban Pinas!
Registrations are open and ongoing. Your road to the Masters starts here at the 2021 VALORANT Challengers. Make sure you like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on anything related to the VALORANT Challengers. My name is Illustrato. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gaming.
Guys, not only are we going to find out a winner today who's going to take the top seed moving into week 2, but you guys can win just as well. You can win 1,500 VALORANT points. We're going to choose 20 lucky winners at the end of the day to show up there on the screen, guys. It should be down below actually here. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Second, like and share this stream with the caption of the team that you are rooting for. Include in your caption as well the official hashtags that we have here for the tournament. It's going to be hashtag VALORANT Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. Make sure your post is public because, well, how are we going to see it if it isn't public, guys? So make sure it is public. If it's private, then it probably won't matter then. In that case, guys, we're going to choose 20 lucky winners once again at the end of the day. Who knows? You might be one of the 20 lucky names we're going to throw up on the screen. Make your mom join. Make your family join. If they win the Valorant points for you, then maybe they can give it to you too. If your mom plays Valorant, that would be cool as well. Maybe get the whole family involved. Guys, simply all you have to do, once again, is follow those easy steps, and you might just win 1,500. That's 1,500 Valorant points, guys. You can obviously, with the new Battle Pass coming out and the Glitch Pop 2.0 skins, power up and recharge your Valorant points with Hoda Shop. All you can do is simply use the Globe Prepaid or TM Load apps, guys. So that's all you have to do to get some Valorant points in that wallet. Get the Glitch Pop skins. They are very nice to see. Of course, guys, do follow our Facebook pages as well at facebook.com/ppglgg. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and our TikTok, Twitch, everything. We're everywhere. No matter where you guys look, we are there. We have lots of content, lots of behind the scenes too, guys. So do follow us on all the social media platforms that you can think of. We're going to be there, guys. Of course, remember, there's a giveaway too at the end of the day, so do stay tuned for that. Of course, guys, you are currently watching now the 2021 VALORANT Challengers here for the Philippines. It is week 1, stage 1, day number 3. And if you want to check the other language broadcasts for it, we have a Filipino language broadcast on the Facebook page. We also have an English broadcast on the Twitch channel. And of course, we have the English and Filipino streams as well on YouTube, guys. So we got Facebook, we got YouTube, we got Twitch. Facebook for Filipino, Twitch for English, and YouTube for both, just in case you guys want to prefer that. So guys, do remember to tune into all the streams and check out our other casters. Some people are asking like, where is this guy? Where is this guy? Well, they might just be on the other language broadcast, guys. So do tune in into those channels. Guys, we're about to go into our final game of our week number 1, which is going to be the grand final, BREN Esports versus Empire. But we'll get to that in a second as we're going to go to a short break, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, and welcome once again. Here you are still watching the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 3. It is a Grand Finals day, and we're going to have lots in store for you guys as we're going to be playing a best of 5. BREN Esports, the perennial best team in the Philippines, is going to be going up against Empire, who a very, very bright future ahead of them, are going to try and make their mark now here in the week 1 of the VCT Philippines, guys. You're still watching here. Of course, this is all presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports tournament in the country for the Filipino gamer. This is also organized by Mineski and Globe. Guys, do not forget that we are giving away 1,500 worth of Valorant points. All you have to do to be one of the 20 lucky winners at the end of the day is simply like and follow the Facebook page, PPGL, like and share the stream, and include in your caption the team that you are rooting for. Do get your family and friends involved as well, and do include the hashtags in your post, hashtag VALORANT Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant, guys. Of course, we are going to be choosing 20 lucky winners at the end of the day, and make your post public, because otherwise, how are we going to see it? Get your family involved, get your friends involved, get your mom involved. Who knows? If she wins it, then maybe she'd give it to you. Otherwise, maybe she plays Valorant too. That would be cool, right, guys? Obviously, you can power up your Valorant points and recharge them in your wallet with Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load, just in time to buy the new Glitch Pop 2.0 skins. Very fancy. I know Viminal over there on the analyst desk bought the entire set too, and I don't blame him for that. Those things look amazing. But guys, of course, there's so much in store for today. Those are the giveaway mechanics. Not only can the teams win, but you guys too. And let us finally open the floor to the analyst desk as we move in and look to our next series. I am Black and Blue. With me is the ever amazing Viminal and Trix. Guys, I'm so excited. Grand finals day of the very first week of our VALORANT Challengers Philippines. What are your thoughts opening into this?
Now, Empire Esports versus BREN. We saw Empire had a really great narrative coming into this. They've beaten Archangel, whom we thought to be pretty much the second best team right now in the Philippines. And time again, they've proven their strength. But here comes Empire from a bit of a break from the scene. They've been quiet in recent months and recent weeks, but then they're here. They stepped up to the plate. They showed up, showed everybody why they're probably the top 2 team in the Philippines right now.
I'm really excited to watch them play. I know that Silver has been performing amazing.
Yeah.
But I do think that, again, BREN is just quite the challenge for them.
Yeah.
I think BREN has the experience under their belt, the coordination, they're smart, they're thinking on their feet, they've got a great coach, and I just feel like where does Empire come in from here? What is their story here?
I mean, let's talk about Empire a bit, just for the people who are not familiar.
Yeah.
They were very active early on in the competitive scene here in the Philippines. They were previously named AG Nefarious. Now, they were picked up now here on the Empire roster. I think they lost their captain, who previously was Realist, but now this is the 5-man lineup. Rounding out the roster, Bat Ghost, Graxy, Nexy, Silver, and Stiletto. Stiletto, a former player named Kevs is his name. He also actually used to play for BREN Esports at some point in time in the past. So he is now here, and this is probably a shot at redemption. This is his biggest shot at redemption, really, versus BREN Esports, as he formerly used to be affiliated with them. But now there you can see his picture up on screen, the ever-fabulous Kevs, now named Stiletto. He has some big shoes to fill, but I think he's got the right heel for the job.
He does.
I mean, okay, Empire Esports, guys, they may be sort of a player-run team right now, right, compared to, this established organization that is BREN Esports. But in the past, in the earlier days of Valorant here in the local scene, when they were named AG Nefarious, they came many times to almost defeat BREN in multiple local tournaments, but we're never able to do so. So again, this is a story of redemption, of having something to prove that you guys have learned something and are evolving as a team.
So do you think that Empire will still be running the double duelist, the initiator, the sentinel, and the controller? So like a really standard kind of lineup. Or do you think they might try something different against BREN?
I think against an opponent like BREN, who you definitely cannot afford to be sort of experimental. And I think we both agree on that.
That is
right?
true.
This is not the time to try new things that you're not comfortable with, guys.
Yes. Save that for the practice days, save
that
those
for the
mistakes
scrims.
for scrimmages.
Save that for the scrims, guys.
But I think if you're going to go against BREN, I'm hoping to see Empire really flexing their picks, though, because we have seen them go back and forth with some of the roles, although they do usually keep it at a double duelist, a single initiator, sentinel, and controller. But I think I want to see Empire change the pace of the game a bit more. I find that they're a little easy to read at certain points, but I think against BREN, you shouldn't have that kind of. You shouldn't always play a default. You should be a little more proactive with your defensive side. You should be a little more reactive with your offense as well. And I think that this is something that, will tell us really how prepared Empire truly is.
I think out of any other team, Empire might just be the team to be able to do this right now in this tournament against BREN Esports because of the fact that, as we mentioned yesterday, they have very itchy lurks and they have very good trap plays. They play for traps very good. They bait each other, not bait, but trade for each other really good. And here now is BREN Esports, Dispenser, Borkum, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, and Humi. These guys are well known and they have a lot of experience in the Valorant scene and the competitive scene in general. The best team in the Philippines right now by far. Humi being the latest addition to this lineup once again, with Dispenser, Borkum, Dubstep, and Jesse Vash having played together for such a long time already. Humi, as I said, is the greenest player on this roster, but that isn't giving him enough credit because he has fit into this lineup perfectly.
Yes. I honestly still can't tell that Humi never really belonged in BREN in the first place. He fits. His play style, he's a smart player, he's a confident player, and I think him working with BREN is just working very well for them.
Like I said, Humi is capable of following orders and, of course, working autonomously as well. And he's also had experience being teammates with some of the members in the past, not only in Valorant, but in previous games as well. But again, just a quick introduction. I know we don't have to introduce BREN to the Philippines, right? But to those of you watching from other regions, BREN has been composed of team members who've played on international teams before.
Yes.
Lots of international LAN experience. And that definitely reflects in their play style. Perhaps the reason why they have such a huge edge over a lot of teams here in the Philippines.
I think it's also that ability to calm themselves even if they're at a loss. I think that is a strength that BREN definitely has over a lot of local teams.
Yes.
But I am hoping to see BREN with creative picks today. We've seen them, as I stated earlier, we've seen them on the Sky with a Sova. We've seen them with a Brimstone and the Phoenix rather than picking up an Omen, because when they had the Omen, they had the Sky. So I feel like I'm interested to see what BREN is going to give us today. I'm hoping that they challenge the local norms of what it means to play Valorant. We have a very set standard in the Philippines.
Yes. We have accustomed ourselves to a certain meta.
Yes.
But usually BREN sets the tone. They usually set the trend. And let's see if we're going to set some new rules here today.
And there we go. Here are the head-to-head of each player that we think you should be looking out for. On BREN Esports' side, we got Borkum. For the side of Empire, they got Silver. Very aptly named, as Jet has silver hair. But 26.7 is the ACS here of Silver. Borkum, 24.2.9, 242. And they're actually pretty close in terms of the stats for everything else. First Blood obviously heavily favors Silver, but that is also because Silver does play more of an entry role when Borkum does not. So take that with a grain of salt. Borkum typically is maybe the second, third player to go in. He's like the main rifler pretty much of this team.
Yes, we've stated it before. Borkum is one of those players that has been on that support role, and when he jumps to the duelist role, you see him shine.
Yeah.
Like, he's just able to open up a sight. His aim is insane, and it's a treat to watch him play a duelist.
Absolutely.
I feel like that.
Absolutely. Like, he is so consistent
Yeah.
on fragging out. Like, you know those times, like, you play a game, you frag out. Sometimes, it's just, we're on our good days.
Yeah.
Right? This guy's so cracked, and then like, that guy's like, he's probably just on his good day. But Borkum, he's like that like every damn time.
I feel like Borkum's bad day would still be my good day.
Yeah. Borkum's just,
I just feel that way.
Yeah, that's probably right.
He's just cracked 24/7. It seems.
Yeah.
Even in his sleep, this dude's landing flick shots. But guys, let's now move over to our map veto here. Finally, we're going to have a best of 5 series. And what you're going to see on screen right now are the first 3 maps to be played. To start things off, we're going to be going on to Ascent to bring us up into the Havens of Haven. There, on our map number 2, selected by BREN Esports, Bind is going to keep us together, and we're going to see if that is where the series is going to end. But if we ever move to a 4th and 5th map, that is going to be Icebox and Split, respectively. wherein, well, it could go really either way once we get to Icebox and Split, because both these teams are very good on Icebox as well. And so we're going to be starting off once again, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. You guys can see right up there what we're going to be doing. And guys, well, what are your thoughts on these map picks and the vetoes?
I think from what I've heard, BREN usually shies away from Ascent, especially in scrimmages. So
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm curious to see what Empire has in store for us. I think that Empire plays very solid. They know how to take the information. I'm just hoping that they continuously change the pace of the game today.
Yes.
They need to keep BREN on their toes.
Yep, definitely true. They're going to need to pull out that 6th gear, that 7th gear, maybe even an 8th. Who knows? Because BREN Esports are definitely not going to let this one pass by so easily, guys. Of course, you're watching the 3rd day here, the grand finals of our 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, guys. Do not forget that there are multiple streams. There's an English stream, there's a Tagalog stream, and there's... I'm sorry, I kind of slipped on my hands. That's the second time I've dropped the pen, actually. But here we go. Now, English stream on the Twitch page, Filipino stream on the Facebook page. We also have the YouTube stream, guys, by the way, with the English and Filipino streams. Do not forget about that because, well, choose which language you guys want to obviously witness our battles out today. This is, of course, presented by PPGL here on the Stage 1 VALORANT Challengers Philippines week number 1. I don't honestly know why I have a pen. I have a tablet on me. I don't even have my notebook up here.
We are
but
the pen pals.
They are the pen pals. We all brought our fancy pens to look smart. That's why the glasses are here too. No kidding. I really need the glasses. But guys, of course, before we move into our map number 1, we'd like you guys to all, of course, remember to join our giveaway because we're going to have 1,500 Valorant points. Our casters might talk about that a bit later. We're going to be playing our 5-map series today. So that means we're going to be hopefully, all into the 5 maps. I'd love to see it go all the way to the end of it. It is a David and Goliath story today. Do not be mistaken, as BREN Esports, the monster that they are perennially the best team in the Philippines. Of course, Empire are going to look to slay that beast and hopefully build their kingdom upon BREN's grounds. We're going to see now if that's actually going to come true because we're finally going to move in now to our best of 5, the first map of the day here in the grand final of week 1. Mind you guys, today is going to be for the seedings to week number 2. So, whoever wins this is going to be seeded number 1 into week number 2. But guys, let's finally go in. Map number 1. Casters, take us away.
Thank you so much, panel, for that one. And yes, it is going to be the grand finals, guys. BREN Esports up against Empire Esports. My name is Asar, and of course, joining with me now is Dax. And as you can see, we are just doing a simple homage to probably one of the best animes for this year. You know what I mean?
I'm just dedicating my heart to this one. But hey, it is going to be time for us to get into our matchup. BREN Esports versus Empire Esports. Man, oh man, this is going to be a battle really to remember because BREN Esports has always been the juggernaut of the Philippine scene.
Yeah.
Empire Esports, in the meantime, looking to challenge BREN yet again. Reminds me of their history there. We'll talk about them later on, but Empire has been incredible in their run here in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Something to kind of, I guess, mention, throughout the entirety of our playoffs here, the one team that I think hasn't had any issues in terms of just performing, right? Their consistency has been on point, aside from, obviously, BREN, has been Empire Esports. We talked about maybe teams like Archangel, like Affinity being contenders right now coming into the playoffs, but they had very shaky performances all throughout. And aside from that, it's just, again, Empire just showing up. I think the panels already talked about this. Silver as well as Nexi just on point with their performances throughout this particular tournament.
Absolutely. You got Silver amazing on that duelist alongside Stiletto, who has finally been unleashed from the chains of the Silva to consume as many souls as he can with that Reina. Oh, a little bit of a shout out over there from Mr. Stiletto. For many guys, again, though, quick little FYI for... okay, that's good there from Stiletto. Silver, formerly known as Version. Stiletto, formerly known as Kevs.
Yes.
And I'm glad, we're getting some love there from Team Empire. You already know that these guys are trying to get some more people behind them. And, they deserve it. They have really stepped it up this playoffs in the VALORANT Challengers, besides the amazing efforts of the two duelists right now, the flexibility of Nexi and Batghost cannot be questioned. And of course, Draxi, always Mr. Reliable, knowing those lineups, knowing how to throw those smokes, and really a complete package it has been so far from Empire Esports.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the one thing that probably a lot of people will be talking about right now. What does Empire have in their arsenal that's going to be able to challenge BREN? And are they the team to actually be able to challenge BREN right now? And from the ones that we've seen throughout this entire playoffs, even though, again, a couple days back, I did say that Atlas definitely a contender for me. They got initially washed off, and now it seems like Empire is going to be able to, or is going to try to challenge the best team. And like I've been saying in the Twitch chat right now, guys, hashtag public Brenemy #1. They're the team to beat.
Oh, I see. So we'll see if we can take the hashtag empirical approach here. And we are going to be seeing Ascent as our first map. Before we get into our maps, though, real quick, Mr. Astray, a little bit of a history lesson for many people in the PH scene. Empire, formerly known as Agent Farius, honestly, this team has already contended with BREN before at the early months of the VALORANT Philippines scene. They were amazing on the map of Split and really stood toe-to-toe against BREN time after time. For a long time, they were considered as the second best team, just behind BREN, but then other contenders came along. They slipped a bit down the ladder after a few shaky performances, but then they found their footing, and now it's even better because this footing has become such a dance that they really, really know, and things are looking so good here for Team Empire, and this first map pick, Ascent, has to be their best pick so far.
Yeah, it showed yesterday, right? Again, you talked about how Empire has been butting heads ever so often with a team called Chimera. This has been their rivals, and yesterday they didn't even look like rivals as the best of three was kind of, going more and deeper and deeper. And now with that, I think this is like the best time for Empire to really show their stock as a team that can try to topple off the best team in the Philippines. Again, that is because right now, guys, the golden standard for Philippine VALORANT Esports is BREN, just because they have so much experience, in the international scene, in the local scene, and their players are top-notch. You got the amazing lurker that is the Spencer. You got the clutch god, the best player in the Philippines for Valor, which is Borkum, and you have the big brains that is Jesse Vash. They got, of course, the support as well from Humi, who has been, I think, a good addition to the BREN roster as well. He's able to kind of pick things up in terms of utility that I think they kind of struggled with Ching, that is now in Archangel, and maybe some people might be saying that Ching could have been better if he played yesterday with BREN, but still, they're successful. They haven't really lost anything yet, and people have to prove them wrong.
I think the biggest thing we see also here from Mr. Humi has to be the fact that he really accepts his role in BREN. Not only that, he's such a hard worker, knowing the lineups, really focusing on the Brim and the Omen for the team. And honestly, for one other thing that Humi has been able to do in the Philippine scene, he was also part of that extremely dominant Adroit Esports Squadron, which was the precursor to BREN Esports. So you already know he has such a winning track record in the Philippine scene, and I wouldn't have been surprised to have him added to the roster in the first place. But here we are already. Borkum finds the level, but Silver is there. The two duelists of Empire striking at Borkum already, but one will go down along the way.
It's going to be a 1-for-1. Still some value because that's a two-man pushing in onto the A short, and Borkum still got some kills there, which means that it's pretty obvious 4 versus 4 for the moment. Can see that Empire Esports is going to be congregating a lot more outside of A, but slowly but surely, they are trying to maybe find some stragglers, maybe onto the mid. They know they have to find some angles here, but BREN Esports is just holding their own. Now, is that Jesse Vash? Yes, Jesse Vash is just going to be playing at the back of a market just to kind of get that information. He is setting up an arrow as well. Without that information anymore on mid, they might be looking at B here. And once the smokes are popped out, you know it's the B take.
Yeah, here we go. The Spencer going to be holding into the shed. Jesse Vash looking to line up a shock dart real quick. And Empire Esports now going to go for the push. Quick little dash on it, but look at that damage onto both the Jet and the Brimstone. This is going to be Empire falling on the part as the Spencer finds the angle onto 2. Next, he will go down after Silver. And here comes BREN. Good molly, though, to get in the way, but is it enough? No, dispenses 1, 2, 3, and 4. A quad kill for the Killjoy to start things off.
This is why these guys are on top as of the moment. You think, you hear, you know people are going to be coming out B main, running up onto lane, onto the site immediately, but Dispenser holds his own. They don't peek him. They don't even know that he's there. And this is why they got just picked off one by one, because they didn't know. Because they got the door shut down. But once that smoke dissipated, he was like, surprise, I'm here, Dispenser. And like you said, dispenses multiple targets already. And honestly, that should have been just him flushed out, but he got some value with just holding a couple of seconds before challenging the plant.
I mean, 2 of those already low, and look at this, Jesse Vash with 4 assists on the board. The Silva really hitting critical shots in that push. But here comes quickly Zach Paint Shells, and Dubstep could be able to get through so far. Humi there to catch out Silva as well. There's a push from BREN, and they want to make this round very, very quick. Let's leave Silver all alone with the Sheriff. But Mr. Asrai, look at the roster right now. BREN actually decided, okay, we know that Empire Esports can play a very mean post-plant situation. So they are going to be playing a very defensive favored composition wherein they have that Raze as their duelist. It's good for the entry on the attack, sure, but it's so good also for holding off with the Paint Shells. You have the Breach of Borkum to really contend, but Empire in the meantime, they do feel like they need to be quicker against BREN, and that is why they brought out the Jet and the Reyna instead.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to do something here by force, and that's why, like I said, you are gonna be seeing those particular duelists. Now Dispenser is gonna be going with the big flanks already, and you bring a knife to a gunfight, and Dispenser just immediately takes care of Silver. Of course, that was just the weaker buy for Empire here, since they do need that economy. Now they'll be able to buy up. So maybe this time Dax is going to be the first try for the Empire squadron. But like you said, having that Killjoy, having that Sova, I don't think there's going to be a fast enough, what's the word for this, surprise factor for Empire, because Turret's going to spot you, Recon Dart's going to spot you, Sova Drone is going to spot you. So how are they going to be able to maneuver through all of that info gathering abilities and just catch off BREN? That's going to be, of course, up for Empire to try to do something, and it seems like it's going to be the mid-take, or at least mid-congregation for them to maybe get that map control.
And not only that, they have abilities that can really cut through the map. You have Borkum there on the breach, can get those wall lines to connect. And of course, some Raze lineups might be good here for Dubstep if he finds the angle in the first place. Jesse Vash, though, Ares in hand. And here for BREN Esports for now, they are just looking to seed mid and play on the sites instead. Closing down at door, though, and you can actually do this here on Ascent. If you feel like your site holds are better than just trying to contest that middle, then it will work out for you, as Empire is trying to push into the Covey Stiletto, though, trying to play the entry here. Says hello to the turret, sees the side of Borkum there. Beautiful flash into the peak. Dispenser will get that takedown, and BREN Esports already taking one down.
That timing is just immense coming in from them. Dispenser does get taken down, but he did activate his Nina Swarm just in time, as well as this Molly to stop the A-Short people from pushing in, which does pincer the members of Empire Esports. Still, they were able to push through because one was able to, well, just get that control on A main. That was Nexi. He gets 2 kills, and now they open up the A site. Back to the 2 versus 2. Jesse Bash does have the Ares, so the long range might not up to his favor. Let's see if he can make this work out, as he is using his abilities while waiting for Dubstep to come in from the short area. He's going to have to maybe back away, get that information. Dubstep does use his Boombot there, and they should know that they're coming in from 2 angles.
Yeah, and the Ares, he had that Recon Dart trying to go for wall bounce if ever. Silver with the beautiful headshot onto 2. And already, Empire Esports saying, you know, second place is not enough for them, especially for Silver. He wants to go gold. He wants to be able to get the win, and he has really stepped up his game all throughout the playoffs.
Speaking of stepping up their game, one person, I think Illustrato was the one who mentioned this to me yesterday, that Nexi has been, like, he's not a flashy dude.
Yes, sir.
To say it the least, but his ability to read opponents, similar to how I described Spencer, is phenomenal. Like, he can just lurk and get the kills that he needs. His positioning is also, you know, amazing. And that that push that he did on A main got 2 kills, which opened up the A side. Granted, you know, Silver got the nice little clutch at the end of the round, but that was only possible because Nexi opened up the A side, which also allowed Empire Esports to get that functionality, or sorry, to get that opportunity to get on to the side itself.
I mean, that's what we saw yesterday in the semifinals between Empire and Chimera. Nexi was the one who opened that 32nd blind, but right now, Humi's the one who defends A to impunity. Nexi and Stiletto will go down, even though you can rely on your Sentinel here for Empire to actually try and open it up, but against BREN Esports, it might be too much to handle, and it really has been Humi stepping up his game also. It really just goes to show here, Mr. Asrai, that all the changes that these teams have brought to VALORANT Challengers Philippines have been working out for them.
Agreed, very, very much. There's so much that they've done, not only with the roster changes, but I'm pretty sure I said this yesterday, they have, or they only do scrims with international teams and international teams that have high position, high rankings in the overall C region as well. So BREN do have that kind of understanding and edge that you just don't see with other Filipino teams here. Granted, of course, everybody's going to play
30
catch up, and
seconds
BREN
left.
still has to deal with the talents that we have here in the Philippines. But in terms of those strategies, in terms of understanding each other and what they have to do in each and every second, BREN got this. Borgum, though, still able to get the one-up onto Silver, and it's just going to be the mowdown on A Short, taking them down, and now BREN Esports is that 3-1.
Not just once, but twice. Borkum shrugging off bullets says, you know, I'm gonna flash you, you know, I'm gonna go up to these rafters, and I'm gonna be good to take you down. Borkum looking pretty much to be Mr. Immortal, even though he's already died twice here. BREN Esports, though, being led by Dispenser and Dubstep. Yet again, these guys so reliable, and I'm really liking what I see here from Dispenser. He has that lockdown, and if BREN Esports decides to choose to play retake, then they have that quick little circle, that Dome of Doom, to encircle and encompass Empire Esports.
Now, something I've kind of been wondering here for Empire is the past 2-3 rounds, they've been kind of challenging A main way too often, Dax, and more so than not, they've died. They've lost 1 or 2 members. That's not really what you want to see happening, especially when Humi just keeps popping up that one-way smoke on A main. I don't understand why Empire are going to be challenged ever so often. Maybe because they do have the duelists, like you said, they're going to be trying to maybe get the catch-off. They have that mobility with the Rated Smiths and the Tailwind, but if it's going to happen for like too many rounds, it's costing Empire a couple of rounds here as well. Granted, though, they did win a couple, just the one, but it's still not going to be enough. Now, I wasn't sure if I did see Empire buy, but for the moment, oh, they're not? Okay, so they're just playing a little bit slow here onto the A short, but they also got to be careful because a Brim Molly is possible just to stop them in their tracks.
Oh, Mido does get rid of Draxi, but Silver with that Blade Storm. This can actually allow Empire to get the gun there by the Gardens, but instead, they're going to try to fortify with a turret there. Spike now going to get planted. Empire Esports looking to plant the first seeds on a site. But look at the lineups here from Jesse Badge, looking to mow down whoever's still by the Generator or that double box. But the Aldrone will now say hello. This is Brendo trying to peek before they go on in. That's lockdown now into play. That's why just left that Brimstone all alone. But counter lockdown, I believe, into play. Hunter's Fury have to try and catch it out from the side of Empire. Showstopper though, and Dubstep finds Bat goes there. Even takes down Silver. The push right now from Bren. Will it actually make it in time? Oh no, the classic! Not enough firepower, but there's still one guy remaining with Bren having a gun out. Borkum running on around. Does Bren have enough time to defuse Empire with the lineup? This is what we're talking about all throughout the series of Empire Esports, but no, even if Nexi does get rid of Borkum, it's little too late. Dubstep will get the 4K to wrap it up, and these two teams showing how smart they can be.
That is the one annoying thing that you have to kind of put into the equation. Whether you're a Brimstone, whether you're a Viper, whether in this situation you're a KJ, the Killjoy, sorry, your what's called this, the trajectory speed or the speed that the Molly travels is way too slow. So you have to be faster in setting up that lineup, or it's not going to work out for you. He saw that only 2 players were detained, so that means that 1 is still going to be able to challenge. So trying to get the kills on those 2 detained players on Bren would not be beneficial, but still. I think there might have been a little bit of lag time there in the brain of Nexi that just said to him, what am I going to do here? And the setup was just a bit too slow. Dubstep again challenging the one-way, not working in the favor of Empire.
This is the thing. Empire a while ago, they threw that Nano Swarm, but Brent has already started the defuse. Borkum was ready to put his foot down and get rid of the spike on a side. Great pickoff though here from BREN Esports. And this is the thing. We saw from Empire last time as Dubstep actually catches out Thraxi there. Really, this race is only nigh unstoppable. What we saw from Empire was a defense, I'll say defense-centric duelist duo here on the set during the semifinals. As Dubstep, he just wraps things up here on A-Main, doesn't he, with 3 kills. But yeah, they played the Phoenix and the Raze last time against Chimera because they felt like they needed to hold the sites more. They need to use that utility to actually get on site. This time, though, they know against Brand, they have to be very quick, but still not working. It's only the Jets and the Silver left. Batgo is going to be sticking on the round alongside Silver. Do they get the angles? Because BREN Esports, not only do they have that Orbital Strike, but they also have that Rolling Thunder. Really good ultimates for B sites.
And that's why you're seeing Batgoes just push out right now, because playing in the back of site is basically suicidal. He's just going to be flushed out here, a couple of flashes here and there, and he's not going to be able to provide to try to push for that clutch because there's so much utility. Orbital Strike was already expended at the back of the B side, and Batghost was like, crap, how am I going to be able to do this with 4 members of BREN coming in forward? front, back, left, and right. There's just too many angles for me to deal with. And as a Sova, it's not really going to happen unless he gets maybe 1 or 2 kills in just a span of very quick seconds. And didn't happen. So BREN, again, just surgical retake on that B site.
It's good to see the Brimstone here on Ascent. Back in the day when Brimstone was just kind of a weak pick in general, the only time you'd see him on a map like this would just to be lasered down that B site. But here we are, both Humi as well as Draxi knowing what they can do with those mollies. But Empire Esports struggling against BREN right now. The Titans of the Philippine scene proving how strong they can be with a 5-1 scoreline as we do get into a pause. But what do you think here, Mr. Asa? It really feels like BREN is just so on point with the rotations and with the speed. They help each other out every single time.
For BREN, nothing much to comment about that. They've just been, again, just doing BREN things. They're able to just, like you said, communicate very quickly and just rotate in the nick of time to be able to stop Empire in their tracks. Now, Empire, at least for the time that we've seen them in the playoffs, in Ascent, have been better on the defending side rather than on the attacking. So maybe once they swap out the rounds or swap out the sides here, this is when we're going to see them start to pop off. Of course, that's not an excuse for them to keep losing the attacking side here, so they have to make something happen. One of the things that they've done while there's a little bit of shooting happening in front of you guys is that you saw that last round, they were selling a lot of fakes on A main, which kind of worked out in the end. But when you're gonna be expending it with Stiletto, who is on Arena, who's such an important agent for clutch position, clutch plays, it's not the best of things to have. And you saw that having only Silver and Bad Ghost there was not enough firepower, so they have to try to sell with something else and maybe allow Stiletto to try to clutch.
Orbital Strike though already fighting deep inside. Draxi burning down Dispenser, and Nexi comes close enough to get rid of 2. Lane control here from Nexi, holding off the opposition yet again. 4v2 right now. And the question is, how will BREN Esports play this out? It seems like they do still have that showstopper available. Already a flank here from Dubstep. Humi though, breaking the dart real quick. These angles though being held by Empire will be very dangerous for BREN to try and siege on in. Considerations now to go for the save, but Silver now gonna be peeking just to die. Dubstep with that takedown. Nexi still there by the lane. Humi actually picking out Draxi, and BREN says, sure, you can have this point, you can have this round, but we will try to take your lives. Back goes though with that takedown. Dubstep will clean up house, and BREN Esports will say mutually assured destruction would go again, but everyone has to be dead.
You just spelled mad.
I mean, that's the acronym, sir.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, they just shut down the lid on any members of Empire here. They're gonna try to escape the B site. So it's a very expensive round for both of these teams. But you know, BREN, since they got like 3 straight rounds, they got money to buy for days. That's kind of the same thing for Empire here. They will be able to buy, but you can see that they're going to be struggling the next round if they do keep losing for the moment. Now, again, question is, are they going to challenge the A main? Look at that, nobody even peeking it. Maybe they're just going to leave Nexus turret there for the most part, but it's going to be the mid control as Borkum is playing keep away on that A short. He's going to be trying to go aggressive into this one, but Stiletto is there to the party to stop Borkum from making anything happen anymore in that particular area.
I love that from Empire. They were going for the crossfire, and basically wherever Borkum would go, unless he was hiding in the cubby itself, he would be dead in the water. Gotta give the Nexi though from that last round. Great lane hold. Silver though opening it up. Dispenser says hello to Batco, who's busy playing with his drone. And the Killjoy will be breaking whatever the Sova's toys have in the first place. 2v4 situation though yet again. And this is where Empire can really pick it up. Nexi though finds Humi. Beautiful pick off there onto A side. And Nexi finding his momentum to really open things up yet again. His patience is unparalleled right now on that Sentinel. That's what we've seen here. And this is going to be Empire putting it down on A site.
And the beauty of this one is that they basically left Dispenser to try to clutch everything. Get spotted, they know where he is. He's gonna try to deal with this one. Dispenser awakens through the eye, flicks to the head of Stiletto, and well, basically shuts him up and says, even through that flash, I am still gonna be able to bash. Oh my goodness, Dispenser. I don't think he's going to be able to clutch, but that was just a nutty shot coming in from him. Now there is going to be one popping outside on top of, top mid here as Draxi is looking to pincer in. Now Dispenser is getting hunted down like the dog that he is, but can or will they try to do that because they got no money, and now Dispenser he gets a taste of his own medicine. It's his time to have his knife out in a gunfight.
Yeah, back to the pound he goes, and this is going to be BREN Esports losing 2 in a row. Empire Esports, they do take a bit of a while on the first map to get their momentum up and running, but it seems like they are seeing stride here and now. Nexi, though, doing an amazing job yet again. Back in the day, at the early parts of Empire Esports, he was the one who could rely on to flex on over, not only play the Sentinels like this, he also played Controller, he also played Sage, he also played Duelist as well. And he has really been such a core component of this Empire Esports roster. But the thing is, BREN has done a good job to shut down Stiletto and more or less make it a more average game here for Silver. Dubstep, though, whipping out the Operator, and we already know what kind of indication this is from BREN. It's Dubstep's time to shine and snipe everyone in these lanes.
And that's the scary thing about that one, though, is Dubstep already can hit these shots, and coupled with the Sova drone from Jesse Bash, it's just even more difficult because he gets that information of where he needs to look when he, kind of just sets things up with his crosshair. And that's a scary, scary thing. Now, there is going to be a lot of challenges coming out here. If you don't have a flash, Dubstep will get an easy shot. Borkum does try to challenge with his flash there. Now he knows he can one out, and he does connect. Here comes the showstopper. Kumbaya. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to hit. But Dubstep is still taking control on this B main with the bomb, or the spike rather, spotted out.
Yeah, 4v3 right now. Gotta give it to Dubstep. He whipped out that showstopper because if anyone pushes him, he's not on that jet anymore. He needs to find a way to kill them immediately. But really smart there from Empire, expecting the rocket launcher to come, and they will back on out just a little bit more and retrieve the spike instead. Now the journey is over to A site. Silver saying, let's go on a picnic, let's move to the tree area, let's go over to the gardens. But someone is watching, saying there are no picnics allowed, no fun allowed here. Borkum will get that shut down, but Nexi with the refrag along the way. Umi, though, has been doing a good job here on A site. This time, they'll be flicking to the wall, and Nexi will take the opportunity to get that takedown instead. Spike, though, gonna get planted. 2v2 situation, and Bad Ghost gonna be trying to go on the inside. He finds the flag onto Dubstep, which leaves Jesse Bash all alone in a 1v1 slate. Nexi, though, throwing everything he can and more. Lockdown gonna get broken. Nexi doesn't get the time to actually go for the peek behind the generator. There we go with the shot, and Nexi is just next level right now. Empire Esports has to thank this guy for keeping the Empire alive.
Nexi is a monster. That just put it in like a tag on an article or something already, because he is single-handedly clutching these rounds, opening up sites, being able to push rounds for Empire even when he is playing on a Sage. You don't see that every day, but when you do, you know it's Nexi. That was just phenomenal coming in from him. He was at 11 HP if I'm not mistaken, but also kudos to Bad Ghost for being able to sneak through. He knew Dubstep was on his left there, but he went for the full spray control because he wanted to punish Jesse Bash as he was trying to rotate. Granted, he did not get though, but that 1-for-1 definitely allowed Nexi to do what he needed to give the round for Empire.
He just really bought so much time, and it got a bit dicey because Nexi could have actually gotten rid of Jesse Bash there while he was breaking that lockdown. But hey, the shot still connects. Nexi's on fire, and we see it again here from Empire Esports, tanking the Killjoy for everything he's done and more. Advantage now for Empire Esports. They have the one-man up in a round that can tie up the scoreline. Stiletto finding confidence, and you know, this has been a big tenet of Empire Esports. When one pops off, everyone starts popping off. They just feed off each other's energy, like Nexi has been feasting on Humi here on A side. Here we go again for Empire Esports. They have really turned it around, and many have said if they were going to be taking a map away from BREN, it might be this one, as Silver even finds Jesse Bash. Look at how much time Emperor has to juggle around that spike, get some ultimate points on some of the other members, which now leaves Borkum all alone by the walkway. Will he see one more? That's Stiletto there, gonna get flicked, but Stiletto able to crouch on down and get that takedown. Empire is tying up the game here, Asarai.
That was a weaker buy for BREN for sure, but the surgical attack that Empire did use to just get the control on mid, get the one shutdown with Stiletto in the forefront there, really open things up. And like you said, Dax, they are bringing it around town. They're bringing it around town, as it seems like we are neck and neck. And from the looks of it, are we on a tactical pause? It's not popping up just yet, but I think they are.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah,
No,
no, I can hear it. Yeah, never mind. It was just taking too long. The round just debated me a little bit.
Sometimes time stands still.
That's true.
usually those are situations where you're a bit scared about something, you're waiting for something, or we're trying to hit that shot, but Dubstep hits the shot there onto Draxi. Hunter Fury into play, Dispenser finds one more, and really that's so incredible here from BREN because they're being proactive with the Hunter Fury just like that. They peek the angles where someone can hide. Silver though inside the smoke catches out Borkum, and here we go with BREN Esports, so pretty much throwing their advantage away. It's now 3v3 after all is said and done. Lockdown available here for BREN, Bladestorm ready for Empire. We'll see who can actually get pushed on. Dispenser and Nexi gonna be trading blows, and apparently now it's gonna be a 2v2.
But there is Nexi already, I would say, crippled here. So there's not much that he can really do, but rather just support Silver. And this big flank coming in from Humi might put Empire in a bad state, in a disadvantageous state, as he is already in a nice little angle on top mid. He's waiting. Can he hear the footstep? I think he does. And he was able to pass through the turret. They might not even suspect he's going to be here because Nexi doesn't have his weapon out, or is he going to peek to the left? Oh, this is going to be detrimental. And Humi spots it out. That's going to be the drop on the spike, but he might actually get spotted out by Silver as well. That's going to be the 1-2-1. 25 seconds left onto that clock, and it's going to be the run all the way to the A side, or the Silver know that Jesse Bash is there to challenge him.
Time is taking head-to-head time, and Jesse Bash Silver getting a gun zapped, but Jesse Bash a bit too quick on the flick, on the hit, and Bash will reign supreme here as BREN Esports will be able to be one up. But man, oh man, did you see how the Hunter Fury was just used there by BREN Esports? Even though Bash didn't really get any kills, it's like, hey, can you quickly check that corner for me? Thank you very much. And he has 9 assists in this game just because of plays like that.
That was not a random Hunter's Fury just to try to spot things out. They got Hunter's Fury lineups. They got, like you said, scouting out with your teammates and trying to flush things out. And everybody, of course, does not want to get it by the Hunter's Fury. So everybody's dodging. Everybody's in a precarious position. And there you see BREN was peeking out. Now, the one thing that allowed Empire to be able to still win this round out while everybody was still alive there, or while most of them were alive, was that BREN was a little bit, I would say, predictable with how they pushed out. Dispenser and Borkum going for that pincer play, both on B main and A short, was predicted by Empire, and that peek out from Silver, as well as the shutdown, I think, by one of the members of Empire on Dispenser really did help him out. Now, Dubstep throws out a nade, does soften up a couple of the members here, and they cannot defend this A short area, but at least the smoke will give them a little bit of leeway, a little bit of space, as Empire still has a lot of utility to work with, as well as that lockdown, and of course, Stiletto, now the battle boss music with that Empress.
Yeah, he wants to be a raid boss here, and now 3 ultimates for both sides. The lockdown's into play, and I believe we are going to see it again here, Mr. Asarai. Venn diagrams built on the map, and Dubstep going to be playing by the doorway. Attacking Killjoy losing the lockdown already. Defense will be trying to go for the hit. There's a detain, and there's the damage being done. It seems like for BREN Esports, it's all getting on the wine side. It's all about the clear, and they just push on and wiping out Empire Esports, trying to hide in the corner. Well, Nexi gets to, it's not enough time to try and fight back, and BREN Esports will corner Empire right now, make their territory even smaller, and swap over to the attack.
We need to ask a quick replay there as we have ourselves a little bit of 40-second break for this second half switching, because that was so quick. I honestly thought that Empire had everything set up into the motion, but for the most part, there was, again, I believe, BREN having the lockdown positioning to force everybody to go to wine, and then while Humi and Dispenser was alive, there was like 3 circles of mollies, 2 nano swarms, and the molly itself from the brimstone that they will get flambéed in. So here we go. Yeah, see, they were all put up there, and there was a lineup yesterday that we saw from BREN that they put on wine, and it just flambéed everybody, and that was what happened here again today. Thank you so much for the production for that as well.
I just gotta say that both Empire and BREN, these 2 teams know how to line it up on Ascent.
Yeah.
Empire is really impressed from what we've seen so far in this map. BREN, in the meantime, I've heard a few reports of a bit of discomfort in scrims on Ascent, but they still know their homework. Vash, knowing the lineups, Humi doing a really good job, very hardworking player, learning those mollies, and of course, for Dispenser, he's like, oh, I'm just gonna toss that Nano Swarm there. I already know it's gonna hit, and you can really see it's still confidence for BREN Esports coming into this map. Alarm Button will say hello as Dispenser gets the start, and Batco is gonna be going on down. Empire right now gonna be losing one already by the market. It's all up to BREN for this mid control, and with mid control Asteroid comes choices, and that choice can be a power to go on to A site.
That's really good because nobody is going to be prepared to go for this one. It's all going to be looking towards to the market. The door is going to be closed, but it's only going to stop BREN for a smidge of a second here. Stiletto, he's looking for the timing. He knows that somebody's right behind him. Can he dispense? Borgum, not going to happen. And it's all left into the hands of Silver. He does have a Frenzy and the Dream, but this weapon is not good in a pistol fight, especially when we have 5 opponents to try to deal with. Gonna peek to the left. There is a turret there. He's dashing away, and they know now where he is. And run, Silver, run. Yippee-ki-yay, as now the little peeks from Borgum, the stun as well, and he is in no man's land. Peekaboo, I see you. Dispenser gets 3, and that is 8-5 in favor of BREN.
8-5 indeed. BREN Esports taking that pistol. And looking at these two lineups, Mr. Asrai, it really feels like it's not about the post-plant situation. It's about that plant. This is something we were talking about from the past few days, especially that these teams know the lineup so well.
Yeah.
If you have a full roster on the attacking side, who have not used their utilities, and they get the free plant on the site, it is just going to be so hard to defuse that thing. You have the Molly, you have the Shock Darts, you have Nano Swarm, you can even add in Pain Shells, and even the Blastbacks, and even the Fold Line here from BREN Esports. So really, Empire is on a timer every single round on the defense. They need to be quick. That's why they want to be running that Reina composition set as Borkum catches out Nexi. But maybe, what if they ran that Phoenix and Raze instead to try and hold off the opposition? It's a lot of questions right now that need to be answered by Empire, but the biggest thing they really need to do right now is to get some picks against BREN.
The thing about that is, since they do have this duelist comp pickups rather that they are using on the defense side, the thing that they really have to do right now is try to set up these crossfires and peek outs. But BREN knows this. That one peek out from Nexi, it's kind of obvious already to BREN. Nexi has impeccable timing with his push outs, but BREN is just burning the time so that Nexi tries to do something. And they're peeking out these corners one by one. There's no chance that Empire is going to be the sneak one in, and BREN is just forcing their hand to go onto the A side, and Vash even spots a couple. Maybe if they take down Vash, they can pick up this Phantom and use it to clutch the round. But he is just feeling so good right now. Even whips out the Classic just for a little bit. And he was able to get through that angle, but Silver takes him out. That's going to be the Phantom, but already Dubstep is on the case.
Silver's lethality with any gun, with even just Knives Out, is unquestionable. He is an amazing player here for Empire, really stepping it up time after time again. But then again, it's Jesse Vash just knowing exactly what to do. He hasn't lit up the scoreboard, honestly. He had like about 2 kills for quite a while, now he's 5. But the 11 assists are such a big deal here for BREN Esports because Borkum hasn't really popped off in the way that we expect him from the Breach. This was a problem last time they played off against Atlas, I believe, because with Borkum going down, there is no real help with the fault lines, with the Rolling Thunders. There have been times where Borkum has been felled pretty early on into the fight. That's why his scoreline isn't the best, but it really has just been step-up games from all of BREN so far that they really don't need the extra utility anymore. But hey, flashpoints are always helpful. Dispenser will get that takedown. Look how these lineups work. And Silver bumps into Batghost, but Batghost actually gets a shock dart onto Dubstep. In all of that chaos, in all of those fluttered movements, it's Empire falling on apart. They did get 1 kill, but BREN Esports is just rampaging and stampeding. It seems like we are going to be looking to see this Empire tumble on down back to the ground if BREN Esports keeps this up.
You say that Borkum wasn't able to do, much with his
with
his breach, and then it's like this 3 flashes that basically flushes out Stiletto, that forces Silver and Batghost to try to run onto the site, and they're like, yeah, Dax, be a little bit quiet there, because we hear you, man, we hear you.
That's the thing. That's the fun thing about casting sometimes. You point something out, and they immediately prove you wrong.
Exactly.
Granted, this was the flashpoint gameplay that Borkum is known to do. He is amazing at flashes time and time again. We saw it first Breach, then we saw it on the Phoenix. It's funny because, Breach, he set it up, Phoenix, he knocks it down and flashes. And we have seen it also this playoffs with the Sky. If Flash is your game, Borkum is your man. And BREN Esports right now up by 5. Empire Esports in the meantime, they need to shake things off because Nexi, Silver stepping it up. The rest of the team right now having a tough game.
Tough, definitely an understatement here. Silver, he just wanted to try to spot one out. He does even bring Dispenser to 39, but Dispenser is so on point with his shots. He's not going to miss, and he's just going to be able to win those duels. There is, like, these type of aggressive plays from Empire, these are not really, how do I say this, like risk, That's not a word I'm looking for. Anyways, I'm going to get back to you on that one. BREN is going to be rotating to A here as they do get a couple of kills on short, on market, on B main. And they're like, we basically flushed everybody out. Let's just go for a quick, clean little A take here while we still do have this overdrone. And it was doing a 360 for such a long time. And you know they got some information. They're just going to take it. And Dubstep is going to clear A heaven.
Yeah, they're just snowballing out of control. And this is the thing about BREN Esports. They're the best team for a reason. They've done their homework. They get the job done. But the one thing they have over the local scene is when they snowball, it is just unparalleled. Look at that, a team ace. When do you see that? It just means that every single person of BREN Esports right now has taken down a member of Empire, which just basically hurts Empire even more. But here we go. It's Empire's time to bring out the operator. We always say there's a tale of two Empires, one with the rifles, one with the op. And Silver gonna be looking for the picks. All eyes on Silver here coming into this round. Does BREN read it properly? Will they notice that it is going to be Empire on the ropes to whip at that operator? Or will they walk in the sidelines of the Jet? We'll find out as we get into the next round.
This is risky though, because he's going to go with the naked op. It's glass cannon operator, you know? It's two terms, same meaning. He doesn't have shield, he doesn't have armor. Draxi, run for your life. Let's see if he got the electric boogaloo, as he's going to be able to actually just dance away from the ultimate of Jesse Bash, and he even uses his Molotov just to stop them in the track. Sorry, Molly is the correct term. In any case, though, this has been what Draxi did use, I believe, in their match up against Archangel, where he did use it to try to control their opponents, but there is a different timing for BREN. But let's see if Stiletto can make the impact happen. He does get the one, even puts Jesse Bash to low HP, and this is looking better, way better for the Empire team.
Empire now with a man advantage, and they do have the high ground so far. Spike don't black down, and Nexi actually catching out Jesse Bash there, leaving now the Killjoy and the breach here for BREN Esports. Draxi though trying to break this door. Dispenser breaks the faces, and BREN Esports controlling the high ground right now. But while this is happening, the door has been busted. Draxi is there to say hello and make this a 1v1. Dispenser now quite low. Nanoswarm doesn't really get the connection, and where will Dispenser come from? From above, drops on down, dancing by the generator. Already made it halfway, but that is gonna be the Brimstone getting the takedown. Empire Esports able to clutch it out, but BREN, they made it so close in the end. Everyone coming from the high ground falling flat on their face.
That was too close for comfort, but it's something that Empire will have to just try and be comfortable with themselves. Did they actually get the operator for Silver there? No, they weren't able to. That was bad. Well, I mean, they clutched the round, but definitely that was a pricey one for them because they cannot supplement the economy for Silver's sniper plays. In any case, though, that does keep them afloat. That does stave off BREN from getting that match point. But BREN, look at this 5-man stack outside B main. Are they going to go for something unorthodox and just rush it in? Now they're just going to set things up, get that information, and maybe back away. But this does open up something. How did they actually get that smoke there? Oh no, that was the smoke for Empire. And anyways, it's gonna be the B site as they do have the Kumbayas, they do have the Porkum ult as well, and everybody getting flushed out. Now Silver's still in the back of the site. Maybe he can hold this off as his teammates are here for the response.
Great response there from Empire. They got in the way, they saw the Rays popping that showstopper, and now it becomes a 3v1. But Jesse Bash, we've seen him perform miracles before, but apparently it's not gonna be that day of the week. Silver does get 3 instead. 11-7, Empire climbing on back. And we've seen this before. We've actually streaked in the first half. Maybe, just maybe, Empire can make it a closer game now.
It's workable, it's workable. The tale of two teams, the tale of two empires. You said this, right?
Yes, sir.
But now we're going to see the tale of two BRENs as Dubstep picks up an operator. Yeah, guys, if you're just watching and you don't know who BREN is, Dubstep is their main op, their main sniper player. He usually plays with a Reyna and a Jet. But he does like to use the Raze if he needs a little bit more utility. And now he's back on this one. They did spot him out, so they will play accordingly to this one because Dubstep is a phenom on this particular sniper. Actually, what am I saying? He did use the sniper, you know, in the first half, but maybe someone who's just popping right in. But I'm just saying as well.
I mean, the big thing now is BREN is on the attack. Empire needs to change their pace immediately. They have to respect the operator 1, but also find the best timing to push the Raze 2 because he has no disengage properly unless he really sets up the blast backs first and foremost. The other thing is he doesn't have the showstopper anymore, so there's a backup weapon suddenly pushing him and you get blown up to smithereens right in front of you. So here for Empire, they also have 5 ultimates ready to go. Stiletto look to pop off, and Dubstep gonna get seen there through the one-way. There we go with the takedown. Empire will say we can challenge that, we can get that kill, And the best part about this is Stiletto. Since he popped that Empress a while ago, it will refresh, and he wants to go for more souls.
Show me your legs, Stiletto says onto Dubstep. And, well, he's the one who spots it out first. I mean, it's something that Empire are going to be happy to do with. And it seems like Stiletto has awakened. The beast, Kevs, is here, able to take 2, finally gets a shutdown on him. But BREN has already lost 3 members. Jesse Bash is going to be playing the operator. He knows how to use this. But on a Sova, there's only as much as he can do. And Dispenser's also here. So Dispenser has to open up something unless they just want to play safe and save these weapons for the next round.
It's a 50-50 here. If Dispenser can actually get on A site, they might try to go for it. If not, Jesse Bash will just run on the way. Dispenser with the open, but there's no time this time. BREN will be able to secure the A side of the map. They're happy to save the operator. They're happy to save a rifle. But Empire Esports, Stiletto, finally finding some fire within him, and he really showed up in that round.
Yeah, he just obliterated members left and right, one by one as well. Like, he was on A main, and he was like, I'm going to make some value here on A short because nobody's going to be pushing the main anymore. Proves out, he procures a couple more kills. He's only up to 7, but honestly, when you're in this type of game that every kill has an impact, even just being 7 kills when you're getting the important ones is very, very, substantial. In any case, though, you are seeing the average combat score of Dubstep, 263.3. That just means that Dubstep is able to just be in a lot of value. And, I mean, in terms of the fights here, and now he's going to be trying to open up stuff on the B. You're going to peek that. You're going to peek that Dubstep. He's going to peek it, and he's going to lose the silver.
Yeah, he's going to die there. The operator says, hello, good sir. Would you like to die? And Nexi also going to be adding 1 up. Empire now firing on yet again. Seems like we are seeing the rebuild the Empire so far. But can they actually set on back and get those score lines? Dispenser though with a zone. And that is going to be Stiletto forced out just to die. Double peek though from Empire. Tried to go for the takedown. Didn't work out. BREN Esports really setting that one up to get a free kill.
4 ultimates are up here for Empire. If they lose this, I don't know what's going to be up because they have so much utility to work with. They have the numbers advantage, and they don't really have... I mean, if they lose this round, I feel like it's going to be over because the momentum is going to just be lost in their favor. Here's another thing. Every entry fragger that BREN has, as well as any entry point, any entry utilities that they can use, aside from maybe the Sova here, is gone. Dubstep is out. They don't have Borkum anymore. And this is the perfect time for Empire to strike back, so to speak.
He doesn't really want to get the Staros out, but
Yes,
Draxi, he's stepping up as well, and here we go again. When Empire feeds off one player, everyone gets the nurture there. The Brimstone stepping it up also, and this is like best case scenario here for Empire. Not only are their bottom fragging players rising up, but they still have 4 ultimates here, Mr. Asteroid. They've been so efficient with these takedowns. It is going to be Jesse Bash, though, shutting out Draxi. There we go with the time running out. Empire looking to peek this one, swinging on the way. Bat goes, will shut down the operator there. And BREN now can't snipe back. It's up to them to figure out what to do because Empire has taken 4 in a row to really come close to this game.
I just want to point something out as well. This composition for BREN, again, we all know, guys, you're going to be... you're going to be comparing Valorant with another game that we know, right? But here, agents matter. Picking up your agents matter. And because Dubstep was forcing himself to play that sniper for the past 2 rounds, there hasn't really been any entry fragging prowess for any of them because he's the only duelist up there. So he has to make entry fragging work. And that's kind of difficult when you're an entry fragger and a sniper all at the same time. Unless maybe you're like, a jet or anything. But yeah, that's going to be the Hunter's Fury up against each other. So who's going to be the better archer? Is it going to be on Empire or is it going to be BREN? It seems like it's BREN because they took out Stiletto in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's perfect. When the Reyna cannot fight directly, cannot fight properly, then it is going to be an agent dead in the water. And that's one way for BREN to mitigate their single duelist composition. If Dubstep cannot execute, make something happen with their ultimates. Really good takedown there by Jesse Bash. He's been rising up as well to get those kills, but they cannot commit onto this one as of yet, with Empire reinforcing over onto A side. Bit of a rotation though, Silver checking out the middle, looking to play into B. Fake though from BREN, and they want to make this push work.
Again, if they try to do this, there's still 3 ultimates that Empire can use to stop them in their tracks. They have the lockdown, they have the orbital strike, but that goes same with BREN, who also has the same utility here. Fault lines as well as the smokes being popped out, and here comes Dubstep onto the fight, and and they're gonna try to go into the meat grinder with Draxi into the front lines. Let's see if Battles can pick it up, and yes, he does! They're gonna be able to get the plant down on that spike, and Borkum is just holding him off on the short here. Now it's all about that retake, and Nexi activates the lockdown.
The lockdown gonna be there, and Nexi trying to just detain everyone along the way. Silverdo on the high ground, the dubstep gonna be peeking by the box and does get that kill. Trying to go for the flag, back goes to holding strong. 1 second left. Do we see the race get on the way? There's the detain, but the thing is, they don't really know where dubstep is. Empire instead gonna be going for the defuse, but Jesse Bash with a big surprise onto Nexi. He has to come on close. Bat goes getting halfway, and the two Sovas looking to meet in pitch combat through the doorway. Guns are out, bows and arrows trying to string on along, but here comes BREN. They are gonna swing, they're gonna get that takedown, and with pretty much a second to spare, they will be on match point.
You talk about how well Dubstep entried. You talk about how Borkum was able to defend the A short so that nobody from Empire can push in. But Vash knew that if he just went for the long flank from going to A main to A short, he would catch the members of Empire off guard because everybody was looking A main as well as A heaven there because they knew that somewhere on their own spawn was Dubstep to be, and that just costed the round for Empire. Granted, of course, it had to be, it just had to be a risk, but the risk that they did not win, and that's going to be a 12-9 with BREN now looking at match point.
They're really staring to get this first map, and this is going to be the best case scenario here for BREN, if ever. Ascent has been a test for Empire to really show their stuff. They've been impressive on a map like this. This, I believe, has been their map pick also. So when it was down to it, this is the best chance Empire has against BREN Esports. Now then, over to B side, we'll see if this BREN Menace can actually make it over to this angle. They have 3 ultimates available, the Showstopper, the Orbital Strike, and the Lockdown. All very good in the AoE areas of B.
Okay. Slow but surely. Lockdown initiated, and BREN is looking to stop this. So for the moment, BREN with Dispenser on the Killjoy has kind of used this to go around, go back, and, kind of fake a B, but now they're actually just going to utilize it and just force their will on the site. Somebody's already taking some damage from the Nano Swarm. Nexi peeks out, but Dispenser was prepared to take him out, and these smokes really are stopping Empire from making something work out. They don't have many ultimates to work with, and BREN still has an Orbital as well as a Showstopper. What can they do? This is the best positioning from them to do on right now, and yeah, like you're pointing out, Dax, Humi is once again out of reach because he has another lineup with the Molly. They have to chase down. They know that there's going to be a B main player there, but they have to go in.
The hunt is on both the Brimstone as well as the Killjoy trying to go for the angles. There we go now with Jesse Bashborg going on down. Empire actually getting the hunt on, and it's now going to be 2v3, but the laser beam is there, and the Sky will say it's time to drop this down on the defuse. BREN Esports looking to play for time, looking to take the win, and objective is the way to go here for BREN Esports, objectively winning on Ascent.
GG, that was just brutal. Empire knew that there was one on B main, but their main focus was to flush out everybody first outside, and it was just so much for them to deal with because BREN players can just hold off, stuff on their own. So they have to be able to clear out the people on B main. They have to get the clear out on the people on B side. And it was just too many, let's say, tasks, too many missions to try to stop BREN at that last play. And that was just way too filthy, Dax. BREN knew that they had that round in, and that was just GG for them.
It was crazy, man. It was just crazy because what we saw there from BREN, this is what we were talking about. It was just a check of gun waiting to happen. It's funny, that's how it ends because as soon as the plant happens and all the utility is available, then you have to go hunting. You gotta give it though to Empire. They went hunting really well. They got a few pickoffs because BREN decided, okay, some of these agents that we have cannot really get the proper lineup, so we have to take a different angle, maybe get a few pickoffs here and there. And Empire said, okay, we'll strike at them, we'll be getting those takedowns. But it's just amazing here from the side of BREN Esports. They are really going to be taking that first map.
Yeah, I think possibly what's going into the minds of our viewers right now is what could have Empire do there? try to do to kind of counter out that play from BREN. One thing pops into my head: somebody had to play lurk and flank on B main just to shut out Humi, as well as basically pincer BREN in. Because like there's two angles that you have to deal with in BREN, and at least being able to kind of shut that off with somebody lurking could have been that. But losing Nexi at the start as he was pushing onto the B side really costed a couple of players for Empire there, and it definitely just shut it out in the end. Anyways, we're going to be finishing that off with BREN winning the first game. That was the map pick for us for Empire. And now we're just going to have to go for that break. And when we come back, is it going to be BREN to go for that 2-0, or will Empire strike back? I'm sorry, I just did that again. My bad, guys. Anyways, don't go anywhere. VCT will be back.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby.
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
So hello guys, and welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Philippines. This is the return of the match as we're gonna get watching all the movies that we can be. But this has been a spectacle to behold. Dax and Asa right here bringing you the action yet again. BREN Esports though up by 1, Mr. Asarai.
Yeah, they just showed to us how incredible they are in terms of their teamwork, their setups, their lineups. It really put Empire in a position where Empire had to catch BREN faster than BREN could set things up. That was, I think, what they were able to utilize to get up to like 13-9. Granted, they did come up short when BREN just started to emphasize more on just the setups and being able to, again, properly use their ultimate, especially on that last round. My God, how does Empire even deal with that, right? There's so many aspects that they had to just like tumble down before they could even hope to win that round and maybe push it up even further.
Because I'd say if the roles were reversed and Empire was the one on match point, they would do the exact same thing. They would just really do it there. But don't forget, guys, that we are live on 2 different areas here and there. You're watching here on the English side. We are at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But if you want to go for the local language, go over to Filipino, and you can head on over for Facebook, facebook.com/PPGL. Well, the panel, they vote on the English side, so you're going to be seeing the same faces anyway. But we are just glad that you are enjoying the show here from VALORANT Challengers Philippines. This is the first week of action over, many weeks to come. And this is the grand finals between BREN Esports and Empire Esports.
Yes, so good of a start here. Again, talked about it at the start of the broadcast. Which team do we think, after seeing everything that happened in the playoffs, is the best bet at trying to stop BREN? Definitely has to be Empire. Granted, people are going to be saying maybe Asarai, what the heck, that ended 13-9, but that was, I think, one of the better games that we would have seen because BREN just brushes through a lot of the competition. And during the playoffs, we saw that, guys. If you even want to check it out, you can check the VODs. I believe that is being uploaded at the PPGL YouTube. In any case, now we are going to be going to the second map, which is Haven, and this is the stomping grounds for the BREN team.
This is kind of scary because since that was pretty much territory of Empire Esports, they were happy to be up in the clouds, just basically enjoy their time in the sky. But now we are back on the grasslands, back on the ground, and we have seen time and time again BREN Esports dominate in their comfort pick.
Yeah. Again, this is BREN's safety pick. This is their haven, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And now, just to emphasize what they kind of specialize in this, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing it in this one, but probably we are. Be sure to check out for the agent selection when BREN picks up a Sky and a Sova, because that was filthy. Imagine you're on the attacking side, BREN's on the defending side. You're going to be running your little toes onto the B side, and then you got the spike planted down, and then you're going to say, oh, guys, we got the post plan. We're going to be able to position properly. If they try to peek in, we're going to be able to punish them. No, Tasmanian Tiger, Sova drone, able to peek 2 angles without even putting any of the members of BREN in harm's way. That is so difficult to deal with.
A different way of double intel, that's the thing. You got the Sky, you got the Sova, and they're just so very potent in what they can do.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just filthy, man. And like you said, right, Borkum is a flash specialist. Every single agent that he's been able to pop off with has always been with flashes. Granted, he hasn't really shown up much with the breach, but he doesn't really need to. He has his teammates there, and he's more of like a setter-upper rather than an initiator. So, something like that. But now with Haven being more like, I think Illustrato and Trix, keep saying this, it's more of an Amy map. They call it Amy, all right? It's the face, man.
I mean, the headset is just slipping, man. I've been really trying to keep it up, but hey.
I got you, fam.
I got you. Really, fix me, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Amen. But, there's one thing. We mentioned about Borkum, right? Flashes with the Sky and with the breach to set up for dubstep, for Dispenser, for Jesse Bash. But say, when Borkum decides, I want to be on the scoreboard. I want to be up there. He decides to play Phoenix, and it's crazy because he curveballs, and then suddenly you are going to get stricken out by some bullets there. It really depends on what BREN thinks they need to bring out against Empire. Do they need that intel? Do they need to stay away from the sites? Or can they actually siege on in?
Yeah, to add to that, if ever BREN does use the Phoenix, here's the kind of filthy thing about Phoenix, guys, and I'm not sure why we don't really see more Phoenixes being played in the Philippines. Usually, because he's a duelist, And because he only needs 6 charges on his run it back for you to be able to use it. He gets kills, he dies, that's 2 charges. He gets kills, he dies, that's another 2 charges. And you basically need thrice of that to get his ultimate back up. And yesterday we saw so many times Borkum using the run it back when they went up against, forget which team he was fighting up against. It was Affinity. But yeah, that was just filthy sick to try to, or sorry, Dreamfire. That was just filthy sick to try to deal with. And honestly, I don't know how they're going to be able to counter that, but Empire has to try to figure stuff out. Bad Ghost is once again hovering over this this sky, and I'm not sure what's going to happen there.
It's going to be interesting because if Empire does decide to actually whip out the sky here, it'll be interesting to contest against BREN Esports. But, you know, tried and tested. Borkum looking to play that Phoenix instead. He's been making a name for himself as an amazing flex player whenever he brings out that Phoenix, and it really goes to show how BREN can adjust if ever. But then again, the Sky is also a very tempting pick. Which one will we get? Phoenix Sky, both with flashes, but with 2 different roles. And this is now BREN trying to decide, do we need a bit more lethality? Dubstep? Oh, Dubstep's like, no, I'm going to do a Sky. Don't worry about it. You can play the Phoenix instead. And that'll be a bit interesting if ever, but I really feel like the speed of Dubstep initiating on that Jet really works out well with the Sova and the Sky.
That's true, because like at least they do set stuff up for Dubstep, and that Tailwind catches off so quickly, because like you're able to bridge the gap where the defender is, and there's that time that you have to run up. Let's say if you're going to be on A long, right, on that ramp going onto the A site, you get flashed out, you have to run towards it, and you get that time where as a defender you can shoot someone, but with the Tailwind, you're like, nothing I can do really, but maybe just shoot through the blind and hope that I can get a shutdown, but that doesn't happen when you're up against BREN. So this is definitely something that they can use, and it's definitely something that they have used up to a T, and it's something that Empire, like I said, has to try to deal with. What is the answer? What's the rock, paper, scissors on this lineup?
I mean, there are 3 choices. There are 3 sides. It makes sense, but BREN Esports, all they want to do is confirm where the opposition is. Empire, when they decide we're going to go here, they just have to commit. That's really it. They cannot take their time being spotted out, being adjusted to by BREN Esports. They need to go in. They need to be confident. And with what we've seen so far from their duelists, there is still a chance to be that way.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday as well. Up against BREN, that, you know, they just got challenged a lot more. I think that was, yeah, Dreamfire on Haven once again, where they was trying to just aggressively peek out on mid as the defenders and try to catch off BREN. The bad thing about that was BREN was just able to somehow miraculously run away from all that aggression and still be able to punish their opponents. Now, if Empire can do something like that, but be more successful, that could be a way for Empire to get back into this one. Still, though, we are going to be seeing... actually, I totally forgot who this one is. Oh, sorry, there we go. Attacking side will be Empire first, and it's going to be Silver on the forefront.
Yeah, Silver definitely dashing on into the garage so far. Over to C side. Seems like, though, BREN Esports going to be trying to mitigate this push with those shock darts, but Silver, at the very least, going to catch out Jesse Bash there, and over and out. Empire going to get flat. This is the speed that we are looking here from Empire Esports, and they are going to be playing a single duelist composition here. You don't see this too often from Empire, but as we said before, they've really been flexing on over, and it does feel like that we are going to be seeing Stiletto back on his OG role. I believe he is going to be on the Sova. Draxi, though, going to be on that breach. But my mistake there, it's Stiletto actually on the Cypher. Dispenser coming on, and Draxi, though, does answer back. Here comes Draxi actually getting to there. Back goes right now, also on the board. And Empire Esports making it a 1v3. Can Dubstep actually figure it out? No, Stiletto will stand still, take the bullets, and take care of Dubstep there to give Empire the 1-0 lead.
This is also something that I'm not sure if we were able to kind of brush up on as we were talking with this matchup between BREN and Empire Esports, but there is a weakness to BREN, and it is so blatant that we kind of also noticed it yesterday, where BREN's pistol round is something left to be desired for this, you know, for this very strong team. Something that they have been kind of struggling with, and something that was very much, I would say exploited from yesterday's matches. And right now, I think Empire was able to do that by just going straight up onto the C site, and that flank from Dubstep was so long that Empire was able to get the kills that they needed on the site, and Dubstep was still late to the party. In that 3 versus 1, there was nothing really that he can do, especially with the Frenzy in those 3 angles, 3 tight angles that he had to deal with.
Yeah, you know, BREN, they usually give up the pistol here on Haven, but this is where they turn it around. Interesting enough, though, it seems like they're going to be playing the Eco instead, but Rumi, he's taking care of one before he falls. Paranoia now going to get thrown here by Empire Empire Esports. Both sides are playing the Yeoman so far. And Jackson right now trying to mow one down. There we go with the Guiding Light though, gonna be into play. And Bat goes at the very least, catches out Dubstep. This is gonna be Empire right now, keeping up with the momentum, keeping up with the lead, using the gun advantage as Draxi gets 3. And he's really stepping up in this game as Nexi gets that final blow on that Omen.
Well, they only lose one, so that's gonna be good. Good economy for Empire to start, creating some bank here. Of course, BREN went for that really good save. Sorry, it's just a save, guys. So they're going to be able to buy up in this round. More so than not, we will be seeing a team who does have the better guns, especially on something in this scenario, to win that duel out. And Jesse Bash whips it out. It's the classic. If you're a Sova on Haven, you're going to be seeing the LMG, the big Odin, the big boss Odin. It's already there.
Big Boss Odin, it's actually going to be whipped out. This is crazy here by BREN Esports. They want to mow down whoever comes in from the garage if ever. Guiding Light already to just peek if ever. But here comes Empire Esports for now. At the very least, looking to push on to A site. We see the Jet and the Breach looking to take points and more. All about that vision here from Empire. But BREN will answer back, whip out the Trailblazer, and it does concuss the Breach for now. A bit of a slow because of the Trailblazer. All about that Scout. And Empire says, okay, let's not go there, guys.
They're trying to listen to where maybe Dispenser has kind of set his stomping grounds. It's going to be on the A site. They're going to be hearing the of the Killjoy there, and they decide, let's just try to go for the B. But if they try to do this, they are going to be headed. They're going to be bashed onto the heads by Jesse Bash with his Odin. He has a pixel angle here, and he does have his arrow back up. He's going to get that information. 45 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for Empire to figure out where they want to go, and they're deciding to go once again through the A site. This is going to be very risky, but they're going to have to try to deal with this one, and there's the Nano Swarm. They spot out the one on Heaven as well, and Silver's got to try to challenge, but there's so much utility to try to go up against.
Guiding Light gonna be there again. Doesn't really get the pop that BREN would like. And here comes Empire right now, dashing on in with Silver taking point. Cloudburst there, gonna be into play, but Dispenser by the sewer angle, gonna be catching out Draxi there. All about the short side here for BREN Esports. They're getting the cleanup, and this leaves Stiletto all alone. 7 HP, and the Dream sees the shots, immediately looking for the wall bang. And the question is, can BREN Esports just mow this one down? Paranoia will say hello. It's BREN Esports getting one back.
That was some wishful thinking from Empire, thinking that nobody is going to be playing that short, nobody to pinch. That's the thing about Haven, right? When you push the A long into the A site, there's like half of the site that you can't really see when you're pushing from that angle. So somebody always has to have an eye on short. And Dispenser was just there. Nobody flushed him out. Stiletto, very late to the party, very late in trying to figure stuff out and just help out his own team. And that definitely put the pressure on Empire because they got only half the site, and everybody from BREN was still happy because Dispenser was still defending.
Just goes to show here for BREN Esports, when they can hold the site, they can really control it as best as can. Empire, in the meantime though, finding a target. Good stuff here by Empire. And every pick that you get on the attacking side of the Haven really helps you out. There's 3 sites to defend. It really pins the brand of BREN Esports here. Odin right now from Jesse Bass to just get pressure on, while Borkum takes advantage and catches out Silver. But Draxi looking to really step it up this game and does find the shot on the Spender there by the middle.
Usually these kills that Empire are able to pick up are kills that I think BREN are just trying to make sure that nobody peeks out that angle. So this is more of kind of byproducts of what BREN are doing rather than Empire just doing something. Humi's gonna get spotted out there on top of the site, but he still gets Draxi through the ultimate, through the days. I'm not gonna believe that one, but still they're gonna be coming in to the site, and that is gonna be the Odin. Still Stiletto to get the clutch, but that was way too close for comfort. The LMG, the machine gun from Jesse Bash, almost getting that clutch round.
It takes how much hundreds of thousands just to fire that gun for 8 seconds, but in that case, it got so much value there, getting the kills, but unfortunately, Empire just having that numbers advantage, just having one more person to really get that takedown, shutting down the dreams of the Odin clutch there for BREN Esports. So 3-1 right now. Empire is doing a really good job against BREN Esports. The thing is, they only have a single duelist. They only need the one to actually go on in. The rest can really go for the setup from across the sides. And in this case, they do have that double incel to know exactly where BREN is to answer back. Dart though, seems like it did get caught. Silver wanting to push into the garage. For BREN Esports, they're unable to play the way that they would like with this kind of comp because Empire is still just able to bulldoze their ways to a site when they need to.
Yeah, and this is all up to Silver being able to just create that entry pressure. And here's kind of like a fact or some information from what we've had during the qualifiers. So Silver, also known as Version, guys. If you were thinking, where's Version already? It's Silver, guys. He had the highest amount of kills and I believe opening kills for the Empire team, second only to Ching from Archangel. They're not playing anymore because they got out, beaten by Empire themselves. And it's kind of interesting to see that he's not getting these opening kills anymore up against Empire. Up against BREN. Granted, it is BREN, but still, you are seeing the kind of change of setup that they have to do. That Silver's okay to die here as long as he can find that entry pressure for his team, which he does again onto the B side.
Yeah, quickly as they come, Empire already on B side. BREN in the meantime, though, they can play the links yet again, try to find some angles, try to find some intel, and go in accordingly. But Empire doing a really good job in this post plant. They realize what BREN wants to do. They've done their homework. They're going to be staying away from the site. They're going to be staying away from the site itself, and they are going to be looking to hold on the outside. Good smoke though here from BREN Esports. Paranoia going to be thrown, and Silver going to be getting hit by the Nazmar as well, but he just dashes on in. He just basically runs and guns and takes care of Dispenser there. Dumps him in the meantime with the answer back, and it's Hunter Fury time here from the side of Empire. A lot of suppressing fire from the Empire Esports squads. Borkum though does catch a Silver there, and it is 3v3. It becomes 3v2. Stiletto now just getting the takedown that they need. It's Empire saying, you took the map away from us in Ascent as Empire all get caught by the spike. Unfortunately, it is them though trying to take this land away from BREN.
This is why we're the casters, and this is why Empire are the pro players. We were wondering, how are you going to be able to deal with BREN if you're going to be going onto the B site and they have that much recon info gathering abilities, right? Well, we get as quick as we can into the site, get the spike planted down, and get the hell out of there as soon as we can and play the post-plant positioning before BREN can even react, which they did, and they had so many abilities to use, especially with Bat Ghost, having his shock darts and his Hunter's Fury to utilize for that particular round. Beautifully done, and you can see right now Empire, like you said, have done their homework.
This is them reading BREN like a book this time, saying, hey, it is a very interesting strategy that you're whipping out. Sky, Sova, you don't see this one together. They made it work in the quarterfinals, but here in the grand finals, and Spence got it out by Empire already. Jesse Bash, though, with the takedown on Silver. Draxi, though, on the other hand, does get the refrag. And in this case, it's just going to be Borkum now alongside the Killjoy. Dispenser walking on in. He has the lockdown for the retake, but no friends to work together with. Empire Esports looking to really just run away with this lead so far.
This is BREN's map pick. I don't know what's happening here. It's supposed to also be BREN to get that advantage because they're on the defending side, but indeed, Empire are just heating up right now, and they're kind of showing us that they got that Empire's new groove, showing up as of the moment.
Isn't the Emperor?
Just give it to me, man. They're both Disney, all right?
I've been giving you the movies already, and here we are again. This Empire looks to still stand the test of history, though, Mr. Asarai. All jokes aside.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Empire getting an impressive run against BREN Esports on Haven is already a matter of contention. Can they tie up the scoreline to 1-1 in this best of 5? Thing is, though, BREN Esports, it's not just about dominating this map. We've seen amazing comebacks from them throughout their history, especially on Haven. I remember certain games, they were down 11-2. They answer back in the same way. Now Dispenser looking to start things off with a kill there on the Silver. So for all you BREN fans out there is always hope. But this time, Dispenser has no hope to get out. Bat goes and Nexi still keeping it up. And Nexi really has been the star of the show here for Empire Esports. Consistently good for both maps. Hunter Fury, though, here from BREN Esports. Gets rid of the Taze, gets the tag, and Borkum and Dubstep will take advantage of that. Stiletto, though, finds Jesse Bash. Here comes Stu now for the Cypher playing that flank. And over to the window, it's Borkum who gets the answer back. 1v1 between Draxi and Borkum. It will just be the Seekers getting in the way, trying to go for the concuss if ever. And it is going to be the garage angle being held. Who can just flick on you? There's the correction there from Borkum with 9 HP to spare. But does he have enough time? Seems like BREN Esports using the Hunter Fury well done again. And it really was just them saying, okay, you tagged that, let's kill that.
you know, if we ever have the opportunity to see the POV from Vash, he put a ping on the back of site. He put a ping on the default. He put a ping somewhere else on the map, and he just like 1, 2, and 3, and he was able to flush out every single angle. Dubstep able to capitalize with the operator, and Borkum just doing Borkum things. He even activated Stranger Things, which is his ultimate. I just call it like that, and he faked it. I love how he did that, but that replay, that 1v1, you know, overlay that we have, that's supposed to be a kill for the breach. Like, I'm not sure what happened there, but you saw the crosshair. That should have been a kill, but Borkum, like he said, was able to readjust and Dubstep with the reaction.
He doesn't even need to adjust anything. He holds still, breathes in, and says goodbye to the opponent there. So that's already going to be 1 for BREN Esports so far. Dubstep hasn't got the operator, trying to go for the wall fan of ever, and I do believe I hear a Guardian trying to get the shots up as well. There's one player who does like to play the Guardian alongside the Odin. I believe that is going to be Jesse Vash playing around with his arsenal of different tools. And this time though, Humi going to be holding on to the Bulldog. Nexi pushing forward yet again. Vandal in hand, shots immediately from that rifle. And it is going to be a headshot there. Humi getting that takedown. Does get the Bulldog back because there's the push. Brendo with cleanup, leaving the breach all alone on the side of Empire Esports. And this should be a quick round here for BREN Esports unless Empire can actually find a random exit frag. But no, Draxi says enough is enough. Let's go on back.
So one of the weird timings that we've seen from Nexi, because he doesn't lose those, supposedly, but he just charged up when Humi was still going for like shots through the dark, right? And then Bad Ghost also does the same, and he gets shut down. And that kind of little bit of opening that they did on the retake just kind of fell through the hands for Empire there. I'm not sure what happened, but trying to challenge like that, definitely not going to their favors. Any case though, this is just the top of B side. I like that.
Yeah, it's a very good square view of the site, but that was what BREN wanted to do in the first place on B. It's just them getting the intel, getting every single link in their favor, go for the crossfire, and it was slim pickings there for Empire Esports when they tried to force things out. 5-3 right now. BREN Esports coming on back. 2 ultimates ready here for the defense. The From the Shadows and the Lockdown. And when we see the Omen and the Killjoy ult both available, things do change a little bit here for BREN. One of those 2 players will be solo holding a site. It might be the Omen. He can actually TP on the way if it's all the way across the map. If it is going to be the Killjoy, then the traps and the Lockdown going to be used immediately for a proper retake or a hold. So BREN Esports, they're going to be happy right now in the situation they're in.
Speaking of Killjoy, you're seeing a lot more Killjoy players actually be okay swimming in their own nanoswarm because they take reduced damage because it's like, let's call it ally damage. And it kind of fakes out some players that nobody's going to be playing in that nanoswarm, which we've seen yesterday and even today. You saw Dispenser was okay swimming in that nanoswarm of his on the outside of C Long, and Empire didn't get faked, but that's one of the things that you kind of like to see, the small intricacies that are being showed to us right here, right now, that does give you one up for people who don't know what those setups are.
Oh, I honestly thought Killjoy mains just got more masochistic along the way. They're like, I can take damage, it's fine.
Nanoswarm, it feels so good.
Nanoswarm, I love the bait in these nanites, but right now we're going to be dating in the paranoia, and Dispenser would riddle Silver there with bullets. There's barely any time here for Empire, and BREN is there to execute. Dispenser going to get tased though by Battles, but Humi finds the angle and catches out the Sova. And as soon as Empire decides to run on in, BREN Esports is there to get the blockade on, and 1 point now is the gap.
I just got that. Bat Ghost, Sonar, Echolocation, Sova. Damn, that's why.
Please don't screech on the mic. that's how you find me. I'm right here. Please use your eyes rather than the headset, which we have finally, I'm happy though that we finally fixed it. There's not gonna be any of those sweet moments on camera anymore.
I'm sad.
We keep it on the table, man. That's
yeah.
Later
Off camera.
Yo, we gotta focus on the action, and I'm focusing right now that Empire is just slipping by on their speed. They really waited it out there, tried to execute, but when you do that against BREN, they're just ready for it. Dubstep though, just gonna be using that flash to take care of Batgos, and it really is just gonna be the Borkum Dubstep connection yet again. It's a beautiful dance to flash and dash, and we see it time and time again. That's a beautiful shot also to get rid of Silver. The Sheriff in hand, Dubstep will do it again and again and again. It's 3 there for the Jet, as clean as can be. It's squeaky here for BREN.
You know what I said about you can capitalize on someone being flashed with a tailwind so quickly because you can bridge that gap faster than if you just run up to your opponent. Dubstep, if you saw it, minute, quick 180 turnaround. So he doesn't get the full flash, and Silver was not expecting that. Let's see that. Look at that. 180 turnaround, and Silver was like, I'm supposed to be catching you, and no, that was filthy sick, my freaking goodness. And Empire just does not know how to deal with dubstep. That's my goodness.
Bro, cybernetics have gone a long way, but there has been a precursor to all of that, the headshot machine. Whenever tactical shooters came out, that had to be the first instance of that, and it really just goes to show BREN Esports has one in their lineup. 5-5 right now. BREN remembering, like, oh, did we just buy the team to this map? We had real estate here. It's for them. It's really them understanding how to play this map so well. And Humi right now going to be playing on the back end again. Humi stepping it up, catches out Silver. There we go. The blades are being popped at the same time. Nexi don't finds the angle. Humi decides to push on through the smoke, and it's Humi's time to shine to get 3. Doom of Doom gonna be into play. Borkum though does get 2, and BREN Esports will clean up house yet again. Call housekeeping, because these guys have done their job and more.
They're cleaning up house, so to speak. And that's one of the things that BREN really likes to do, and they really do it well, where one of their players will go for the risky play, just like Dubstep, jumping up with the updraft with his Blade Storm, and he challenges. Granted, it's very risky. It's a 50-50. If he can get a kill, great. But if not, you saw Humi charging right up just to pick up for his teammate, and they've done that so many rounds that people have seen it, but they still can't react quickly to it because BREN is always so quick for the punish.
And this isn't a redemption tour for Humi. It's more of like, guys, accept that I'm part of this roster, because he's really stepped it up and played to his standard and more. Really one of those most hardworking players in the scene. People forget that he was part of that roster before BREN that still has like a perfect win record as Dispenser catches out Silver there. So Humi is no stranger to success, and him being added back to this roster is just thrust really on this former player. Now gonna be their controller here. Dispenser though with another takedown. Nexi though getting 2 so far. Jesse Bash on the board, and Borkum says, please peek there, Nexi, because I will take you down. Had the angle, guiding that light to really shine on that Cypher with a sliver of HP, and even the Seekers just for good measure. Through the cage, they don't care. Humi will get that takedown though onto Stellato by the end. It's 7-5, and what looked to be an Empire half became BREN's.
Still, for what BREN have set up, for what their composition works for that particular side, for the defending side, I'd pretty much say it already. Empire did a fantastic job starting us off. That 7-5 could have been worse. Honestly, I would have been looking at like maybe a 10-2 if that was any other team. But like you said, they slipped up, but it's not the biggest of slip-ups. They still have a chance in this second game, and they are making it work. Now, looking at the options, the buy-ups that they have for this pistol, I was kind of looking forward to seeing maybe a lot more frenzies for the BREN team since they're going to be on the attacking here, but they're going to be utilizing a lot more classics because they want that utility. They're going to be trying to force Empire to go for a lot more rotates because that's the premise of Haven. If you try to go for a 1-3-1 split, for any kind of split in this particular map, you're spreading yourself thin as the defenders, and that's what probably BREN is looking at here on their attacking side.
Every pick you get on the attack matters, as we said before. And this time, BREN is looking for those targets, looking for those takedowns, and finding the weak zones that Empire has. Now, it's a two-way thing a while ago on the defense. It's just good to confirm where the attackers are coming from with the Sova and the Sky. This time, they can just use the Sova and the Sky to say, do you think there's someone here in this angle? Do you think there's someone here on this site? I don't see anyone. I don't hear anyone. It's time for us to go and take this site for free. And choices now getting narrowed down by BREN Esports by because of that lineup. Stiletto though comes close, and this is going to be unfortunate there for Dubstep and Borkum. Borkum has the right idea to put the guiding light in the middle of the site, but that was just Stiletto decided to push on in. The bird swoops by him, and he gets 2 for the price of 1. Make that even 3 here at the end for Empire.
You know why his name is Stiletto? Because he just walks up and he just does things. Bad Ghost with a kill on that shock dart, and he finishes it off. Not even a chance for BREN to plant down that spike, and that peak caught off BREN. This is what we were talking about. If you're able to find that little gap as BREN is about to set things up, you can punish them. You can catch them off guard. And Stiletto, the brave man that he is, he challenged and he got 2. And that is what we're talking about as well. That's what they need to do, and that is what they're doing.
Let's look at Chameleon. He stands still and no one can see him. It's crazy how Stiletto is able to do it. And look at this, 13 kills for Stiletto, 13 kills for Borkum. Even though we'd seen incredible plays there from Dubstep and a few good kills from Silver, who adds 1 to collection to take care of Jesse Bash, it's actually the Jets really struggling in this game at the very bottom. But Stiletto now really showing on up. Dispenser in the meantime with a catch back onto the Cypher, and Nexi now shutting down the Sky along the way. This leaves Dubstep by the sewer, and the killjoy of Dispenser over at C Long so far. BREN right now cut in half basically, and more. The spike gonna be by the midpoint of these 2 agents, and Empire looking to take another round for free unless Dubstep can actually kill that Omen in front of him, which he decides to disengage from instead.
And we talked about how BREN's pistol rounds are, again, something to be desired with. And Empire knows this. They're just challenging BREN as much as they can in these, non-rifle rounds. Oh, no, he was just waiting on the bridges. The Spencer was like, I'm going to get my lurk play, but Silver is here to shut it down. My goodness, how is he a sniper still with the frenzy? Okay, Naxi deals him, but that was like 20 meters away, and the frenzy still rains bullets on the breach. Dubstep, you animal.
I think that's the most accurate I've ever seen a Frenzy. The control there, those bullets all connecting just like that. It's crazy. But I like what Silver did. He basically put a trap in front of him, and a very hungry Dispenser said, oh, I want that. And he dies because of it. So we are all tied up. Empire taking that momentum from the first round leads to the second. But this is going to be a potential third round turnaround in the second half for BREN Esports. Big chance for them to regain their momentum and keep the lead up. We'll see what Empire can do, because this is really a round that can prove how much they can steal away from BREN.
Very true. You see this? No one from BREN actually challenged Window because they know that there's going to be a weaker weaponry here for Empire. They didn't buy up. They only have what they had was this. Never mind, I was about to say the Scout, or sorry, the Marshal was going to be there to not really do much, but Silver, okay, he's looking for more targets. He's already gotten 2, and that's going to be okay, pretty good. And now we're down to the 3 versus 2 with BREN. They purchased rifles, and they get besmirched by Empire as they just did not smoke any of the angles where a Marshal player could just deal damage, which Silver did.
I'm going to call the arms dealer real quick between the rounds. I think he gave Silver an operator by mistake, because just those headshots were nasty there from the Jet. He found the targets, he got the kills, and now it's 3v1, all eyes on Dubstep. He's creeping on in by C-Link, does get set stopper though by the C-side. Oh no, he spawned there, but Nexi actually catching out Dubstep instead. Empire Esports do yoink this one away. Well played there by Silver.
That's gonna at least give them so much more here, because BREN don't got no money. Silver got the op, and yeah, like you pointed out, man, it's going to be downward, or an uphill battle rather, for BREN going into this one. But this is where it also gets tricky, because if Silver makes a mistake and he's in a position to get rushed in, operators are notorious for being not really good for duels. So that's why it's always on the Jet, because you can tailwind out of a precarious situation. But Silver's is going to go for the quick challenge. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to find anybody, and that is just going to state them to rotate back onto mid, because BREN is already on the case, already outside of B.
Yeah, I know BREN is going to be on the back foot here. They don't have the guns that they need. Empire do. And this is looking to be reminiscent of the old rivalry between BREN and Empire back in the day. It was a few months since Empire really stood toe-to-toe against BREN Esports, but what they're proving right now is they made it to the grand finals for good reason. They made these changes for good reason, and this is going to be a situation where BREN will just dash on in and try to take B side. Already made a link, but Bat goes hold strong, and this will be Dubstep getting felled immediately in front of the Sova. Low HP there for Humi. He's going to get wall banged there immediately by B back, and things looking good here for Empire so far. They just want to be careful though with the operator, as Borkum just whittles down. Bat goes there. Draxi though with the aftershock of Jesse Bash. Silently guiding light out in front. There's the peek. There's the trip. And there's the takedown. It's 2v2 right now. Gonna be the lockdown. And the Seekers also into play. BREN Esports are saying we can actually take this round away from Empire. And the Stingers are there to try and do do that right here, right now. Silver, though, uses the classic to get rid of Dispenser. Bladestorm in hand. The head-to-head here yet again. Battle! And the angle is taken by Borkum. Geometry and geography. This is what BREN knows so well on Haven.
That was a 50-50. He either had to check C-Link or A-Link. It was the other. That peek out from Borkum, that is why he is the best player in VALORANT Philippines right now. His ability to read movements of the players, his ability to understand the situation and net value from that is just by far non-comparable to anyone else. And then he picks up a Vandal. He has an ultimate. His Dispenser had an ultimate. And that was such an uphill battle for Empire. I talked about BREN being in an uphill battle, but damn, did they turn the tables.
That's the thing. Empire, even with any advantage, it can just fall flat with BREN and their tactics. Suddenly, though, Silver has to use all his mobility there on Uptrap and the Tailwind to actually back on the way and get away from the Hunter's Fury. Stiletto, though, able to zoom on in and catch as a dubstep with the first fire from the Bulldog. Great angle taken by the Cypher. Not only that, he also is able to protect himself with that Cyber Cage, but Humi now finishes the job. Silver will go down. It's 4v4, but BREN Esports, they're trying to keep it on the seaside, and there we go. Jesse Bash getting the refrag after Stiletto takes care of the Omen.
That's going to leave them in a 3 versus 3 here. BREN Esports do have some control on the C-Long area, and they're maybe going to try to enforce their will onto that particular part of the map. Okay, Dispenser coming outside. Perfect timing once again. Like I said, this man is the master lurker. He's able to just go in. You don't even need a Yoru to infiltrate. If you have a Dispenser on your team, that's all the infiltrator you ever need, and that picks them up the C site. And this turns into a bad situation for Empire. No ultimate, and it's going to be the Omen and the Sova, but at least they do have the Sova for that recon dart.
There's a passive gate crash just for being Dispenser. He's just
Exactly.
always there. But it really just goes to show how much BREN knows this map. We see it time and time again. BREN Esports is just able to get the angle, able to get the encircle, and we just saw it there from the Killjoy. Now the Sova and the Owen trying to take different angles. Back goes distracting Dispenser, but it's not enough as he still gets the headshot anyway. Nexi though, in behind, gonna get peeked by Borkum, and BREN Esports is happy to take the lead. Still 9-8. Empire keeping it close, but BREN is just commanding yet again.
Commanding it again. Those slight changes that they do, able to get them those round wins that they need. We have to check the scoreboard real quick here because I'm curious to see what Empire are going to be buying up into this round. It seems like they only have a couple of upgraded pistols there. Thank you. And a Bucky for Batghost, but more so than not, it's just going to be that Nexi will have a Marshall on his own. Is he going to buy that Marshall? Or is Silver going to buy a Marshall? No, he's going to save because next round, with that 2-7 creds, it should be able to get them an operator again for Silver, which is going to be very important. And BREN here, knowing that their opponents don't have that much money, will get challenged. But Nexi, okay, starts it off.
The Bucky, always a fun gun to see, but Dubstep even funner with a Bladestorm. Now then, the Omen just be trying to hold on to the swords, but Jesse Bash will get that takedown, and Humi with the covering fire to catch out Batghost as well. That's the thing about BREN Esports. They're trying to reinforce one single side of the map, but one thing they also do is make sure that the angle that's not being watched will have someone on surveillance. BREN now onto A side. It's 4v2 as Empire Esports can be forced to hang on back. Can they do it here? It's Stiletto alongside Silver. The two duelist players usually whipping that out and as a duo, but this time it's a Cypher here for Stiletto, and he did a really good job at holding C side. But now with the Bladestorm in hand, it's Dubstep commanding that one yet again. BREN Esports is feeling the confidence, and we see it here with his 2-round gap.
I kind of also forget that Sky has a heal because every single time that we've seen Borkum just utilize the Sky, it's all about the guiding lights, all about the
Trailblazer.
Trailblazer, there we go, thank you. Never really the heal, so...
Well, the thing about the regrowth, right, is everyone needs to be together. Together forever, just holding
Best
hands.
friends forever.
That's the real kumbaya experience here in VALORANT. And when do you really see that? Not too often.
Careful.
And the thing is, with Borkum just absolutely insane at getting the shots, you don't want to be healing that. You don't be healing too much because you're gonna not have a gun out, and you can actually get taken down supporting like that. But there are times, of course, BREN Esports might need it if they do need to slow things down. Empire, though, has been either securing the kills or just being felled by the faster pace of BREN.
BREN's pace, like you said, has gone up. And that's really kind of putting Empire more on their toes here. They're trying to read BREN as quickly as they can. Silver misses that jump out there. But Stiletto was looking at the wrong angle. That slight little peek, and Jesse Bash is like, okay, I mean, Jesse Bassett is a little bit more mature than any of the other players, but that doesn't mean that he has terrible aim. This guy does the practice. He's been just going for that to that aim range, the aim labs, practice range, just to keep his aim sharp, and he connects those, and now opens stuff up with the 4 versus 5 in favor of BREN. That peek out from Dubstep, what are you going to do?
The Omen trying to go for the paranoia play, and next eventually does get rid of Borkum. He takes 2, but Dubs is there to stomp on him, and suddenly it's 3v1. But thing here for Empire and BREN is they're trying to outmaneuver each other with different tactics. But when Empire ends up doing
30
a thing
seconds
twice,
left.
BREN Esports will not fall for it. We saw Stiletto a while ago take that angle and burst down the jet when they're trying to push onto C-Long. This time it's like, someone's gonna peek there. I know it. And he had it ready. Great play there from Jesse Bash at the start of this round. But for now, it's 3v1, and what can Silver do?
Save the operator. That's everything that he can do. There's not going to be much money for Empire, I think, coming into the next round. That was actually also a pretty good play. Humi did not use his from the shadows too quickly. He waited for Dispenser to just run up to the C site and make sure that nobody's there. And he's like, Humi, let's go. Come in here. Get that spike planted down. It's a 3 versus 1, but we got to be careful because the one that's left is Silver, and we don't want to give him any chances for a comeback. BREN makes sure, and right now they're going to be looking at an 11-8. But still, though, at least Silver saves up the sniper.
The way you snap there, it's like, is Humi a pet or something? I don't know. I mean, the Omen is like different, right? You don't know if he's a guy, he's a girl, if he's even human. So
maybe it's an it.
Maybe it's just like a robot. Maybe it is actually like a dog inside it. I don't even know anymore.
That's true.
But then again, it is a good response there from BREN. All jokes aside, 11-8 right now. Double digits for everyone except Silver, who's kind of struggling here to actually hit those shots. He is just unable to really get the angles against BREN Esports right now. We know he's a crack shot. We know he can be insane with the rifles, especially some of the snipers like the operator, and especially that Marshall we saw before. But those situations just aren't really coming to him because of positions right now taken by BREN.
Yeah, and for the most part as well, BREN doesn't really peek the angles, you know, without any backup as well. They have the sober drone like this one, or if they peek out, it's going to be the guiding light. Nexi has just been fantastic this entire game, and even through that kind of aggressive info gathering play that BREN did on the short, he's still going to keep his composure, keep calm, and just shoot down. So that's what you have to put on a t-shirt. Keep calm and do Nexi things.
I like that. I like that. Maybe that can be official Empire merch. You guys can use the line. We don't mind.
Yeah, guys, call me. I got you.
I think I want some royalties here. But it really was Empire from the very start relying on Nexi to be their guiding light in a way. It has always been him the one to watch out for at the very top of his game time and time again from the inception of Agent Farius, now Empire Esports. And it really goes to show why this roster has stuck together, because everyone is trying to make themselves the best they can be, but they can still rely on who they have been all throughout their history. So good on Nexi. I love what he can do over any single match, over any single game. But it's still not enough against BREN Esports, even though they do have the advantage. BREN is going to be sieging out the A side, and Dubstep will end the Cinderella story for the round as Nexi will go down. That 4v4 situation going to be confirmed even easier here by BREN because of those Seekers, but the Hunter's Fury is on. Dubstep forced to tailwind on away, and the spike going to get planted here though by BREN Esports, who will be playing off-site.
That is going to be 2 ultimates that found nobody. Godspot for the planting on that spike, so both short as well as long can spot this out. So it's gonna be a brutal retake for Empire to try to make something happen, because Jesse Bash, he got the lineups, even if it gets shut down. He's gonna have to go for a 3 versus 4 here. They're gonna challenge the angles. Bad Ghost does get the shutdown here. He spawns out 1. That's Jesse Bash for you. Down to Dubstep. He has the crossfire angle here. He's gonna be able to maybe get this out for him. 27 HP. He's peeking it out. He's trying. He whips out the Sheriff. He got the shutdown.
He got the kill.
Can he get it? Can he get it? Can he get it? It's already half. It's gonna be close, and it explodes.
The bullet.
Oh my God.
A bullet just goes through Azurai. He just knew exactly where to shoot after the smoke dissipates. It doesn't matter if that is staring him in the eye, because he knows what it takes to win. And this is the difference BREN has over everyone else. They know what to do every single time.
That is why that is his name, because he knows the steps to get that dub. My goodness. And now we're looking at a weaker buy for Empire Esports. They are bleeding here. They don't know what they have to do to be able to beat out BREN. They've tried so many things. They've used their ultimates. They got the lineups. They got even the advantage. But it's still that secret sauce. And Nexi also has another secret sauce with that headshot on Dubstep. Immediately refragged by Dispenser. But still, here we come. Dispenser activates the ultimate, but more so than not on Haven. He uses this for a fake, but it seems like they're gonna challenge for the A side.
The room for error there in that shot is just so small, and Nexi connects with it anyway. Dispenser though throwing down the Nano Swarm. Lockdown gonna be there, does get to detain, but high ground still taken here by Empire so far. Sad to say for them though, no Rolling Thunder available. The only ultimate they have will be the Neural Theft to get that intel. But I need to find a fresh corpse if they want to use that. Dispenser now playing by the default. Smoke's going to be into play. Here comes the push though from Empire. Really going to get dinged. Oh, the bat goes. And Dispenser will get that takedown. Hunter's Fury into play. Silver going to be jumping on the way. But Dispenser is absolutely on fire. He has been the ace in the hole, but the ace going to get denied as Borkum gets the last kill. And it really has been bedazzling here from BREN Esports because Haven really is their utopia. Haven is their paradise, and Haven is their win.
Public Brenemy #1. Everybody come back to your cameras, guys. We know that you're celebrating, but you gotta give us a little bit of nice look on your beautiful faces. They're so happy, and Dubstep, he's just chill, but you know internally, he's like, oh yeah, I'm able to do that play for you. You like that, guys? You like that, chat? You like that, viewers? He just demolishes Empire and put them in such a disadvantageous spot because after that round, there wasn't really much buying power for Empire, and you saw them on the weaker weapons.
It was crazy. Empire, they had a really good start. They found out how to deal with BREN. But the thing about BREN is they're the most adaptive team in the local scene, and they just changed it up, figured out what to do, figured out who could get those kills, what kind of intel they needed, and then the guiding lights just connected. Everything that BREN really was looking for was found by BREN Esports. Empire putting up a fight. Some miracles being made, like Marshalls, the Bulldogs, out of nowhere, just these pushes working out for them. But then BREN Esports, yet again, remembering who they are, Simba, remembering how clutch they can be, and it really feels like that was an execution shot with the Sheriff. How the hell did Dubstep just feel so confident to hit that, ignore someone shooting him in the face? It's crazy what BREN Esports can do.
Yeah, it's probably, you know, Dubstep just having faith in himself, having faith in his own teammates, and they're like, just go for it, Dubstep. You don't even have to try to play passively. Just do your own thing, and he does.
It's crazy, crazy game. And it's 2-0 now for BREN Esports. And there you go, guys. We've gotten 2 maps on the board already. BREN up by 2. But this will be the last map I will be casting. So I'm going to be signing on that. And Lestrado going to be hopping on in with Mr. Asrai for the next 3 games. We'll see how far this one's going to go. Can Empire go for the reverse sweep? Will BREN Esports wrap it up with a 3-0? We'll find out in just a bit as we return for the VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Empire almost taking 2 games away from BREN, but just slipping away at the very, very end there. Almost had those chances, but BREN shaping up. And with the waking up of the individual players on the side of BREN, they were able to turn things around and get 2 successive wins in a row. To talk about that, of course, is going to be me, Illustrato. Joining me is my partner right here, Asarai. How are you doing, man? What did we just see in the previous game?
I never left, and I am just seeing fantastic plays from both of these teams. I was talking a little bit to Twitch chat, and it also popped into my head. The matches feel closer than what they look like in terms of the numbers. Like, you're seeing 13-9 on both games, but it felt like it was looking like 11-11, you know, like, and it just seems like Empire are doing everything right, but BREN are doing things that Empire are not prepared for in some of these rounds, and they're not able to react quickly enough. And this is probably one of the reasons why Empire are starting to crumble a little bit at the seams.
I think it's. I think you're onto something. I think it's a little bit of the chemical X, the sugar spice, and everything nice that BREN have got. It's like they just have this magic formula where even if they're supposed to lose the round, they have this little BREN magic where suddenly Dubstep gets a ridiculous kill at the very end of the round to get the match point. It's just been ridiculous. There's so many times that the rounds should have been Empire's way, and if maybe things have gotten a little bit different, we could have actually seen a 2-0 for Empire. And this is what I'm thinking. No other team has ever come this close to beating BREN locally. I made a power rankings recently, and I actually put Empire on the top 2. And this is why. No other team has showed us this kind of consistency. Not against BREN, not against anyone. And they've been constantly performing.
The only team that was close enough to maybe get up to this type of performance aside from Empire was probably Atlas. But again, that was just one game. Their other game was on Haven, and we saw that 13-2, 13-4.
Yeah.
And it was pretty dang brutal. Anyways, guys, again, if you are watching right now on the Twitch stream, we do have 2 languages for you. Pop it up right now, production. Come on. There you go. We have the English commentary happening right now at the Twitch PPGL_VCTPH and the Philippine commentary at PPGLGG, which you could, there you
at
go.
PPGL-GG-YT right there. We got both commentaries. And shout out to everybody who's watching on Twitch. I know the chat is super active, so I want to give you guys a shout out. And I know I'm not supposed to speak in Filipino, but I'm going to say one thing. Salamat. Thank you guys for tuning in. The support has just been amazing. We got to like 11K, so we did it. We got to 11K in the front page. Salam. Every one of you made this possible. Thank you for making the VCT in the Philippines as big as it was today. And I'm just so excited to be here. We're going to start with the map. All right, let's get into it. No more delays. It's going to be on Bind here, a map that BREN has been struggling a little bit with in the past few games. They almost dropped the game to Atlas here, very nearly by the hair of their chinny chin chin. They did win. And they won actually by like an 11-13 scoreline. And they almost lost to, who was the team they almost lost against? Atlas. It was Atlas that they almost lost to, and they did a struggle against Dreamfire in this map as well. I think it was a 13-6 or 13-7 final scoreline. But Bind used to be one of BREN's better maps, but now they have really been showing some weakness on it. I don't know if it's because they just haven't been feeling it. Maybe they've been practicing Haven much more. But Bind used to be one of their best. What's going on here with BREN?
Well, they're probably doing a Mr. Krabs here. They're not feeling it anymore.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out as well is look at this Nexi on that Cypher. It was actually Stiletto on Cypher on Haven, which was a big question mark to me. I wonder why that happened. Because Stiletto, I feel like had he been on that duelist in that previous game, he would have been able to make some more impactful kills than he would have had because he was on the Cypher, And while Nexi is such a god-tier Cypher, they let Stiletto play that role instead.
Yeah. Okay. Agent picks for both of our teams are almost mirrored, but they only changed the one. Both of them have flashers, but as you can see, Empire has a Phoenix and BREN have the Breach. So it's going to be 3 flashes for the BREN team, 2 for Empire here, but more so than not, it's going to be BREN for the control and Empire once again for all that attack action.
Yeah, I'm so excited. This is a good lineup right here that we're seeing. And I really feel like Empire, they still have a chance here. They've had a chance all game long. They did much better than we thought they would do on Haven, because I honestly thought Haven was going to be a stomp.
Yeah.
Map number 1 was a lot closer than it ought to have been. And they actually could have ended up with a win here, but come on Bind. I feel like there's a very good chance here that Empire's going to win. If they're not too demotivated, if they can get out of this, they lost 2 maps in a row, I think this is going to be a win for them. So I'm going to call that as my prediction, guys. I think Empire are going to win this map. I know it's a very low chance of that happening, but not very low, but there's a chance of it happening. I think Empire will take this one.
So this composition that BREN has is more reactive than it is for, you know, just setting stuff up. Granted, that's going to change a little bit because they do have the Cypher and the Sova for information, so they can react even faster if they can spot stuff out with their camera, with the tripwires, as well as the recon darts. But more so than not, it's going to be Empire to try to utilize this composition of theirs just to overflow into the site. Basically, they're going to go like a tsunami and just charge right in. That is going to be the catch-up right here, but the Dispenser just holds off and gets that information, telling them it's going to be the sure A site. Humi comes out from shower, once again, like a smoke criminal, and now it's going to be the retake with the Dispenser again starting stuff off for the BREN team.
Is this finally the moment that BREN will win a pistol? And it looks like it is going to be. They have been losing pistols all day long. This is a statistic that I have wanted to mention, and I even said it in chat earlier. Empire has just won all of their pistol rounds today. BREN hasn't won a single one. This is the first time they're doing it, and this is a good sign for them coming into Biden.
Yeah, definitely. They just waited a little bit. I think one of the things that they were kind of weirded out about is that he got still caught by the tripwire. I'm talking about Stiletto. Even when he did that satchel play, he got like besmirched a little bit. And then everybody else from the Empire kind of just waited for somebody to peek out in U-Haul. And that little bit of lag time in terms of position, in terms of timing, I think was crucial enough that BREN was able to rotate quickly and just challenge Empire, and Empire could not play for that post plan. Granted, also that Humi was playing on the showers, but that smidge of time definitely did cost, I think, Empire a good post-plan timing, good post-plan positioning.
Yeah, that was a really good clean round for BREN Esports on that pistol. See if they can capitalize on it. Doesn't look like there's going to be a force buy on the side of Empire. They are still maintaining their composure, which is definitely something that I'm honestly quite looking forward to. Let's see. Just a little bit of a default here. No one getting a little bit too crazy. Just straight up defaults, information place, and they're going to make their way towards Hookah here.
I just wanted to point this out as well. We are playing a best of 5, not a best of 3 anymore. Dubstep getting 2. But just to finish off my thought process there, guys, this is a battle of attrition. Whoever has the more stamina will be just disgusting. Okay, Nexi spotting out the Dispenser, chasing him to the teleporter, shutting him down. But they gotta be also careful that Borkum is hiding underneath the hookah, and he's just gonna be able to supplement the defense, stop them from coming outside, stopping them from waterfalling onto the side, and even having a chance to plant down that spike. 2 straight rounds for BREN here, and Empire finally get their first buy round.
Yeah, that is the first round that, well, the first buy round, they win their first buy round, but this is going to be the first real gun round, technically, as Empire Esports are lagging a little bit behind in terms of the scoreline. It's nothing too bad just yet. It's still a 2-0. But if they let this slip away from them, if they let the momentum sort of get to BREN, you know, BREN is so excellent at playing ahead. You know, when they're ahead, they know how to steamroll. They know how to stomp. So this is something that Empire really need to watch out for here. Fortunately, they start the round off with a pick onto Jesse Vash. So that's their information gatherer that they actually have taken out at the very beginning of the round.
Dubstep also finding one as well onto Stiletto. That's going to be the 1-for-1 trade with both players actually pretty low and no healers in sight. So it's going to be a 3.5 here, boys. 3.5 men. And let's see where they're going to try to rotate around. Bat Ghost getting control outside of shower. He has full utility, so he can try to flush things out. He does not want to lose his life because that will definitely hinder the attacking power of Empire here, because they definitely need that information, because they have to know which corners of the A side BREN is playing around, utilizing that Sova drone just to make sure that something, or they're going to be able to clear those corners, like I said, but nothing just yet. Humi also using the molly to stop them in their tracks as they push up.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice flash, and honestly, that was a good fault line to slow down that push here from EMP. Let's see if Empire can go for it this time, though. Flash will allow them to get a little bit closer onto the side, but will they expect 2 players near the bathrooms area? Doesn't look like it. The Steam Beacon will come out just to be able to, you know, boost his firepower a little bit longer, but it's actually going to be a fake. They're heading towards B, where there will be 2 players from BREN still waiting right there, but they do take a quick trade. There's still 1 more player on site as Silver gets the kill onto Humi right here. Dispenser caught in a little bit of a firefight as he does make his way towards B. Dubstep has gotten another sneaky kill. They still haven't found him right now. He's in a load of trouble as 8 seconds left. They have to plant the spike, and it's a good round here. Dubstep looking to get that kill, and he's going to deny the spike, plant, and actually get the win for his team. That's what happens when you don't clear the site.
That was crucial, though. Not the B side, but the A side, rather. Silver, he had basically 2 opponents in a silver platter, but still not able to kill both. Granted, they were kind of going through triple box as well as the truck, but, I mean, if he wasn't able to hit that shot, it definitely would have costed his teammates that were already rotating to B, because they have to worry about people rotating from the spawn. Aside from that, like you said, they weren't able to clear out the site because Dubstep just knows how to move using that satchel charge rather than to play the aggressive flights play. It's also about just to reposition and just, you know, take a little bit of a breather and still pose a threat outside on Garden.
Yeah, that's the opening frag yet again, and BREN start off the round strong. That's 2 quick peaks for them that they have managed to secure at the very beginning. 3 to 5 right now, 2-man advantage for the side of BREN. And on this round, I think it's fairly safe to say that BREN have won it. It's a matter of how expensive can Empire make this round.
BREN, okay, they're just going to be holding stuff off. I do like how they're reading this pretty dang well if you look at it, because they do have Humi set it up already with the Molly. Imagine if somebody was on the right there, he's not going to be able to escape at all. Fault line, Aftershock, Molotov. You're just going to be swarming in a lot of heat, a lot of meat. And Empire with 3 members remaining and not a lot of firepower. They're going to have to just play this maybe with just the rush, and oof, that one-way smoke not going to even make their chances even better.
Yeah,
Any better.
Some information being gathered here towards mid, but Bat Ghost actually goes down. That's the spike dropped in the middle of nowhere in no man's land. Humi spots a shoulder, doesn't want to commit to that fight. Nexi is going to be the one who goes down instead, and it's a perfect round yet again for BREN Esports. This is exactly what they need to build up their economy. They know what they need to do. And this is what I like about BREN, honestly, and sure, people can say that it's a little bit, yeah, you know, boring. I don't want to say the word. But one reason why it makes this so good is because they're one of the few teams who can keep their eco rounds so clean that they don't risk losing the rounds after this. Like, their anti-ecos are so finesse that they do not run a risk of going into eco prematurely.
That's true. I think rather than calling it boring, we could probably call it they just have their fundamentals straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Because that's what you want to do with an anti-eco is you have the better guns. You're not supposed to lose that technically. And BREN just knows how to do stuff like that. Dubstep, okay, they know where he was. He was in his stomping grounds right there on Market. He's going to be charging up here right now into the back. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn in the world. And he's just going to be able to try to play this pinch. And everybody from Empire just goes in and pulls the trigger on the B side. It's working well, but Dispenser is here. 4K, okay, Dispenser.
4 kills for him, looking for the ace. 1 person left standing. It's Silver. He doesn't get it. Dubstep to win in the end. And that's going to be the last kill of the round. Dispenser almost getting the ace right there. We missed a lot of the action, but we definitely picked up that very last kill as Humi now has his ultimate ready. But I do want to point out, Silver hasn't been having the best of games. It's actually Nexi who's really been stepping up. Drexy's a little bit more quiet as well than he normally is.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's something going on with Stiletto as well. In the previous game, he was just sitting all right towards the middle of the scoreboard, even as Cypher. And at the very start of the round, I feel like we have to find a way on the side of Empire Esports to make these guys shine a little bit more, because they have been getting shut down time and time again by the players of BREN.
They could be feeling the fatigue here, Illustrato, because again, this is the best of 5. This is a battle of perseverance, a battle of stamina. BREN has been in this situation countless times already. I'm not sure about Empire on the other hand. We know they're former Agent Empires. We know that they've been playing a lot of tournaments, a lot of grand finals, but it's just a different thing when you're up against someone the same caliber as BREN, and their movements seemed a little bit fatigued here. Let's start a little bit fatigued.
And now they're going to try to go on towards this A side, but they haven't even secured control of bathrooms. They have to know that they're a little bit vulnerable here. Stiletto going down to Dubstep yet again. Pulls out the paint shell at the wrong time. Bat Ghost actually does get the trade in the end, and now they're finally going to put a person towards bathrooms on this A take. It has slowed down a significant amount though, as Humi looking to get a kill. Nice 180 turnaround onto Nexi. He finds that kill, still applying pressure onto the attackers, and so the pressure will force them away towards that beat, towards that teleporter. They're going to be heading there right now. They're going to be leaving one player, and that's Silver, towards that A area.
You don't even know that Vash is here. One drops down, but Vash is too quick on the case. And that's why it does not work, rotating quickly to B when you're at the numbers disadvantage, because there's always going to be that one person just staying on the site. He got shot, and Jesse Vash was there for the awe.
Damn. Just rather unfortunate. You eat a shock dart to the face, and then you just drop to your doom. That's pretty much the story she wrote here. 6-0 Empire Esports. You know, if there's any time to call a tactical timeout, it would be now.
Yeah,
like
100%.
they need to call a timeout. They need to compose themselves. They need to stop BREN from stomping them, because BREN is right now. This is a far cry from what we've seen for Empire for the first 2 games. The first 2 games they were amazing, but yeah, it seems right now that it's gotten into the head of Empire.
It feels like everything that Empire has done for the past couple of rounds have been, for the lack of a better term, forced. Like, they're just trying to go aggressive as can be, and it's not really netting anything. You know what? If you're going to try to go for the splice water, if you're going to have somebody try to do stuff like that, it's Dispenser who can always do the deed, always do the damage, and Humi as well has been fantastic at holding these baths. Like, he has been taking baths so many times that he is squeaky clean.
Yeah. Well, just it's an eco round anyway, so they know that their odds of winning this were a little bit slim. But I really feel like doing significant economic damage is very, very important on these eco rounds. For a lot of the teams, this is something that they don't realize. And I'm not saying Empire doesn't know this, but I'm sure they do. But one thing that you need to realize when you're playing on Valorant on an equal round, your goal isn't to win the round. Your goal is to make it expensive, to break the economy as soon as possible of whoever you're going up against, so that you have a better arsenal coming into the upcoming rounds. So if you can get 1, 2, 3 kills, or even the spike plant or defuse, that's going to be a big deal towards your team. And I think if a lot of teams realize that more, we'd have a healthier mentality towards going into eco rounds.
Now, any rounds, however eco, buy, or whatever happens, 0 for Empire. They haven't had any luck whatsoever. They've tried multiple things already, but nothing has really done them any favors whatsoever. Dubstep's going to try to go around the corner here, and he survives. One is going to be challenging Humi once again, playing around that Bats area. Will Nexi be able to finally shut him down? I'm not sure what happened there. Bat Ghost does spot out Humi here, but that is a step in the right direction. Maybe a rotation to A. Nexi still lurking somewhere on B long. He doesn't have the bomb, but that opens up the possibility of more entry points, more opportunities for Empire to take any of the site that they want.
Yeah, and that ultimate is going to give them that information that they need. I do want to point out Stiletto has not been getting any luck here. He's been shot down and shocked down by recon bolts, and just everything has been going the enemy team's way. He just can't catch a break. I don't think he's gotten a kill yet, if I'm not mistaken. I think he has 1 kill this game, or maybe 2.
Yeah. This is definitely something that I think Empire have to try to break. I mean, obviously, Asteroid, but 7-0 already, and they need to find an entry point. Look at this crossfire they're going to be popping out. Nexi has to peek out the one already. The thing about it is, yeah, here it is, the party rocker. It is going to be the Brim ult. One peeking as well from the elbow side. Nexi has a challenge, but Dubstep immediately backs away, knows he has a 2 versus 1 scenario here. He has some time. They find his body. He was out in that pixel peak angle, and Dubstep would happily oblige to punish him for that positioning, and BREN deny any form of clutch. 8-0 in their advantage.
I think this is really where a team like BREN starts to shine. When it's a best of 5 and it's late into the game, they just won 2 in a row, and the enemy, they're wearing them down. When a team is so experienced like the team of BREN, one of the biggest advantages that they have isn't how good they aim. It's actually how strong they are mentally. Yeah. It's how good they hold on to that momentum. It's how good they hold on to that mindset that we are going to win this game. Because a lot of teams get tired. And I really feel like Empire Esports, they're showing signs of fatigue right now. They're making a few questionable decisions. I feel like it might have gotten to them, that they have gotten so close to beating BREN, but let it slip away from them like twice.
They're still doing what they can. They are able to get the short control if they would. Borgham's going to be coming from the other side here. The pinch play with Humi as well, who is playing the Bats connection. If they can get Borgham here, maybe they can rotate onto the B side. But you can see BREN is closing in from every single angle. There's Dubstep on market. there is more coming in from the pinch here, and they gotta be careful. Dispenser does have an operator, tries to pick up the rifle here, but that was just wishful thinking coming in from him, and Nexi steps up onto the plate. Jesse Bash, though, misses the shot, but here comes the recon, and Humi on the close encounter.
Yeah, they're close. They might not expect Humi here. Oh, he gets spotted out. Stiletto sees him and picks up the kill onto Humi, getting the first round onto Empire Esports' side. It's taken them 9 rounds, but they finally pick up 1. And Empire, this could be the start. You know, if it's gonna be anything, it's got to be a round like that builds up their confidence yet again, starts to snowball them. They just need some momentum shift. I swear, they need to call a timeout, something, anything to get some momentum, some wind in their sails. Because at the moment, a clutch like that, a round like that, it's good, but they need a little bit more.
Well, they hold themselves. It was an island where they were positioned. That was only short that they were playing in. Everybody else from BREN is circling like a bunch of sharks on a maroon island, but it seems like Empire was able to stand and survive. Nexi is getting flashed out of his brains, and he's getting peeked out down to 69 HP, wink wink, and it's going to be still the survival for Nexi there. BREN is going to be challenging. They want to keep these angles. They want to hold Empire to their own side of the map, and Empire just forfeit that B control and immediately look to the A side for hope once again.
Yeah, they are, once again, trying A, and this might actually be the best read that they have right now, but thing is, BREN, they're playing retake on A because they do have that orbital strike. Next he goes down. That's going to be Humi getting, oh my god, almost gets him in the air right there. Stiletto almost drops, and he's going to be dropping. No one's looking his way. Dispenser almost finding 3. He finds 3 kills right there. Unable to find a 4th, but Bat Ghost trades him out. And that's 2 players left standing on the Empire Esports side. Humi, what can you do? He almost finds a second adjustment. Flicks to the right, but Silver gets the better of him. 1v3 right now, and it's Silver against BREN. He's done crazy things before, but against BREN, what can he really do?
Finds one on Heaven. He has to find Dubstep, who is on the ground. This is very risky. He's going to play through his Blaze Wall for a little bit of that opportunity, but he is getting flushed out, and that nade doesn't do him any favors. 3 versus 1, like you said, Illustrato. 14 seconds on that timer, and he got no chance in this one. 6 bullets in the chamber. Peeks out, does not spot anybody, but he has to run or save, and I don't think he's going to be able to do both.
He's going to do neither, I feel like. It's going to be a matter of time before they triple peek him. Silver gets 1. And he does manage to save, actually. Sorry, scratch that. Should have never doubted you, Silver. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. 21 HP. He still survives. 9-1. And this is looking bad. It's an economic reset for the team of Empire. They don't have really much left on in the tank right here, or in the bank at all. Like, look, they have 2 Vandals and like a Judge, and what else? Nothing. A Sheriff.
Yeah, just looking at it. The pace definitely has slowed for the Empire team. Dax was saying this a while ago. They have to build their Empire strong. It seems like they are losing this one. Maybe they're one of those that can maybe net the comeback here, but it's very risky. And Humi, once again, will try to challenge. But here comes Bat Ghost, again using that sonar location of his just to be able to challenge. And he opens up Silver as well, formerly known as Version. Keep the dream alive. It's 9-1, yes, but the numbers now favoring Empire in this 11th round.
Well, BREN Esports, they're very much known to be able to play from behind as well as in front. So they can do all of it right now. I would feel confident if Empire found at least one more pick to maybe close out this round here. Question is, will they be able to as they make their way towards B? The spike's still a little bit of a ways away, so they're going to be trying to control the site here. Nexi, nice pickup right there onto Jesse Vash, and he's gonna be using his ultimate just to get a little bit more information. Dispenser expecting the player up close. He wins the duel, leaving 2 HP on himself, but it's still a 2v3. This is still possible for them.
Spike planted.
It's going to be possible, but they don't have the utility to make it that possible. We're down to like both of a Cypher as well as a Breach. Not really the best that you can try to use for that one, especially when Cypher has like 2 HP. And down to Borkum we go. Again, he can make magic, but with the Crossfire setup as well as the Cypher camera for free information and no damage taken, it's going to be very difficult. And he got tagged as well, so that's something to also note. This should go into Empire unless they royally screw this up, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I really don't think so here. Borkum has Vandal in a dream, and Silver will crush those dreams and throw him in the trash can and say, sorry, next time, maybe you should have went to art school. Nope, and it is 9-2 right now. They have at least picked up another round here. And the most important thing is they get this very last round, okay? They need the 9-3 if they want a chance at winning this at all.
I mean, this is Empire struggling on the attacking side. More so than not, we in the Filipino region, especially with other games that has been compared to Valorant, that has been modeled because that was modeled for Valorant, knows that Filipinos are better on the defending side. I think everybody's just better on the defending side, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen Empire do fantastic things, especially with Silver coming outside of Hookah when he's on the defending side. So maybe coming into that next one is going to be something to look forward to. But they need this other round.
Yeah, there's at least one early pick right now for Empire. This is good for them. Some utility will be deployed just to be able to force him back. Nexi gonna get that kill onto Jesse Vash, though. Dispenser looking to take it back, but nice shot from Draxi trying to open up the side. Humi has snuck in, though. They won't expect him, and Humi gets one, doesn't get another. And that's gonna be the 9-3 final score for the half. And Empire are biting back, and they're making this interesting. This is a good start for them if they can win the pistol right now. And I'd say there's a fairly good chance they can maybe make a comeback into this game.
We were talking about how it looked like Empire was a little bit fatigued, but they still calmed down a little bit. Even without the tactical pause, they were able to know, they were able to decipher that they had to just utilize a little bit of their utility to claim that B side ever so slowly. Silver activating his ultimate there, able to get that information that they needed in the back of site without really risking the lives of Empire, and they just came in and they were able to reign and win. Now, that does give it a 9-3. We've shifted up the sides here, and maybe this pistol will go to the side of Empire, because what we said, that every single round, aside from the first pistol of this game, has been always a loss for BREN.
Oh, that's going to be the pain shell forcing them back. No, he's unable to use it, actually. And that's going to be some map control exchange here. Decide to hold on to that utility a little bit longer, which might have been actually the best play for now. In BREN Esports, they're going to be making their way pipelining towards the middle area. There's going to be two players on the receiving end of this. That's going to be the straight up hit now onto A. Will they expect all the resistance? The answer is no. Dubstep actually goes down to Draxi with that frenzy, but it's going to be traded out right there by Dispenser. They've held their place right there, and it's a good Molotov to slow down the pace of the attack, but they haven't broken through. The spike has not gone down yet. It should any minute right now. A little bit of hesitation prevents them from doing so. Stiletto just holding, waiting for the right time to use this paint shell. Hasn't been giving the signal yet because the flank is already in full effect right now. Silver, as well as Bad Ghost on the return here. On the flank, they actually get the pickups right there onto Borkum. Borkum gets that trade on the fadeaway for Silver.
Now it's going up to beat to Stiletto to try to counter Jesse Vash with that big flank coming into A Heaven, and he does. That was fantastic from Empire here. One of the players that we have to put into the spotlight there definitely was Nexi. Yes, he didn't get a lot of kills, but his defense, his hold on the U-Haul area was paramount, because I keep telling this to everybody in the chat that if you get control of that U-Haul as the attackers, you basically get the back of a site. And when they couldn't, that was BREN already on the site, but not really with a lot of map control. Also allowing Draxi on Pocket to make the damage work out, and they were able to dissect BREN as they come into the site. Works into the favor of Empire, because now 9-4, if you think about it, if they have another round, that's 9-5, and that big lead becomes even more bearable, even more digestible for the Empire team.
You know, honestly, big props to, no matter how this game goes, this best of 3 series, they could have actually won it. The scoreline 9-4, it's pretty good on them. Draxi holding close. He almost gets the double, but he manages to pick one up right there. And a nice paint shell for Stiletto, giving him a little bit of confidence. And a knife kill onto Dispenser. Silver gets the knife, and that's a very, very big deal. I want to see a replay of how that happened, if that's at all possible. But 9-5 right here, and BREN, they've lost the pistol yet again, and so Empire will capitalize on that mistake, giving only a 4-round advantage to themselves.
9-5, but this is the first rifle buy for BREN on the second half. Something, again, to point out, you got a lot more firepower, you got a lot more just ability to push onto the sites here. And BREN having the composition that they have, Empire's got to be careful, because if they try to go for a solo hookah player here and he gets flashed out and he gets pushed in, that basically deters everybody else. Silver is just going to go aggressive. This is 3 people already onto the corner, and he's going to be able to line it up with the 2. Okay, that's going to be a good enough change, a good enough trade, but BREN still has the numbers advantage. But Spencer, oh my goodness, pushes through the smoke, but Draxi was ready.
And I think they spotted both players right there. So that just means the full rotation towards B is an inevitability right now. NXT, he's going to get a little bit closer, but decides not to push all the way right now. That Boombot is going to buy them a little bit of time. But Spike now going down towards B site means that the retake is on. And they're a little bit far removed from the situation, though I do think this retake is very much possible. There is a Molotov, and there is a little bit of an advantage in terms of the HP for Empire. So if they can get a quick kill right now onto either one of the BREN Esports players, this retake is very, very, very likely.
Now, Spike has been planted. Both of Empire is going to be coming from the outer side of B hookah as well as B long. Jesse Bash knows that somebody's going to be playing on that corner. He's going to get flambéed a little bit, but it's a 2 versus 1. And Draxi, can he step up to the plate? Not going to happen as Dubstep claims the 4K.
No way. That's just ridiculous. He's 9 HP and he's still alive. That's just, these are the rounds that I mean. This is what we were talking about like earlier. Like, there's no way they should be winning these rounds. Dubstep has no business winning a round like that, getting 4K, in which is a really ridiculous position, but he does anyway. You know, I think one of the things that makes a really top team is, you know, when they can make a round like that, just win rounds they should have no business winning, that's something special. And when we start to see that from teams like Empire Esports, then we start to see that there is going to be another contender for top in the country. But for now, BREN is really dominating.
Yeah, because again, if you're in that position when you're Draxi 2 versus 1, right? Jesse Bash also picked out his recon dart, and what that means is that BREN knows the positioning of Draxi, but Draxi doesn't know the positioning of BREN. Peeking out from hookah, pushing out from hookah like that just to try to challenge the Spike defuse, right? Is all to his disadvantage because he doesn't really have the opportunity to try to play the position because they know his position, and that just stacks difficulty upon difficulty on Draxi. And when you're up against Dubstep and Jesse Bash, that's something that just does not work out for you.
Indeed. I do like this round from Empire, though, because look how far back they're playing. They're so passive, and they're rotating towards B where there's already a 3-man stack, so it's a pretty good idea on the part of Empire Esports. This might be a good hold from them, and look at all the information they've gotten with that Cypher. So Nexi actually found himself all the way there. Bat goes close range, gets the first kill, finds a second, looking for a third maybe. No, and they decide to fall back. Good hold onto this B long area. He's ready for any more, and that's gonna be Bat Ghost with a beautiful hold, triple kill for him, and what a way to liven things up right there for Empire Esports.
Signs of breath, signs of life once again. It's not over till it's over, playa. And it seems like Bat Ghost, he doesn't really pop off from time to time, but when he does, he's able to do stuff like that. I like that he was boosted up on top of Garden there, because you saw the positioning of the crosshairs for BREN. They were all at head level if you were not boosted up. So that little bit of boost gave Bat Ghost a slight advantage because BREN had to readjust their aim and say, he's boosted up a little bit. You can't get the headshot if you peek out that normal angle, and it seems Bat Ghost was able to capitalize. Good job from him, and now 10-6, Empire still are alive, but BREN Esports already looking at 3 more rounds to win this game. They win this series, Illustrado.
Yeah, they might have a chance here, but that Hunter's Fury is going to miss the mark right now, but Silver is looking to deny the map presence, the pressure from mid. Still a recon dart available for Bat Ghost, so he might decide to use it just to get some more information for now towards mid. As a nice shot from long range coming up right here. They're able to clean things up. Bat Ghost and Silver with a duo. Now Nexi, they know where he is as well. Oh, swinging sideways, and Humi with a beautiful sheriff shot. Draxi picks things up and puts them in the right place, but they've already lost a lot of players.
That's going to be the Bulldog here for Jesse Vash. If he tries to plant this, one is already lurking around Yuhol. Nay backs away. And he's playing the fake game here. He's not planting just yet. He has 50 seconds on that timer, and he is waiting. He knows that he has that opportunity to fake something. If they heard that, oh, I'm curious. Did they hear him actually throw it out on B?
Yeah, I think so.
And they're rotating, but they're not going to get faked out. And Stiletto, he held his angle and is like, Vash, I know what you're doing, and you're not going to bamboozle me.
Yeah, you know what I think at the very end, 10-7, the scoreline, 3 rounds away. These games have been so close in the first 2, and including this one. This just means one thing. BREN has BREN probably, they've never really considered Empire all that much up until this point. But right now, they're looking at these guys like serious competitors, and for very good reason. This is the first time that Empire Esports has that anyone has defeated BREN Esports at anything. And they're really starting to shake things up. I can only imagine how good they'll be in a few months with a lot of time, you know? But towards B is where they will go. Jesse Vash will be forced off the angle a little bit with that paint shell coming up right there. But towards B they go. Flash now coming in to Spencer, looking to open things up. He's in the front, leading the charge. And he's going to get that trade. No, it's Silver to prevail in the end. It's going to be the run it back right now. And Silver gets 3 kills from site, anchoring the site and his team. But Jesse Vash right now turning things around. But Silver has 4 kills, looking for the ace. Can he get that? He runs out of his run it back and still he's making his way towards the mid right now, retreating Jesse Vash. And this is more or less around here for Empire Esports, unless they can, you know, sprinkle some of that BREN Esports magic yet again.
Did you guys know Vash posted, I think earlier today or was that yesterday, that he is Radiant 69? Yes, his rank is 69, legit. Let's see if he's going to be able to use that ranking of his, that ability of his to get high up into the leaderboards.
Wow.
Get that 1v3. And I'm pretty delayed to say it, but he's not able to make that happen. And honestly, that was actually a pretty out-of-sync play coming out from BREN. Charging up like that way too quickly without the ultimate doing much damage into the back of site definitely did just did not work out in their favor. And I think production did say into my ear, he is ranked 55 already, so
55,
sad.
okay.
But still, he's getting higher and higher into, into the leaderboards.
I think it's kind of like golf, though. The higher you score, the better, right? No?
No. Is that,
oh, wait, that's not how you play golf. No, I
don't know how to play golf, man. I'm not cultured enough.
I suck at that. Anyway, Draxi now holding A. He does have the orbital strike, will be forced out of his position. And he might be taken down anytime soon. He gets spotted. He's going to get spammed away. He's going to be defended by Silver. Good backup onto his team. Well placed. Good coordination right now for Empire on their defense. Draxi yet again will be forced to fall back right now. Still has to fall back because he wants to use that orbital strike. And now it's time to go down right here. And I think they're going to get that kill onto Jesse Vash. No, he somehow is still alive. The orbital strike is just a little bit off axis.
Well, he used the Ben 10, man. He went for the Omnitrix and it popped out, forces them back away, but still the plant will reign true. Dubstep has the bucket range, and this is looking pretty damn risky because everybody else from BREN is doing that 2-for on U-Haul here. Nexi able to deal with the 1, but there's still 1. Dubstep there, Borkum coming out. There's nothing to flash away, but the Molly! I was just about to say, where is Humi? And there's the Molly.
Yeah, that's the Molly coming out, and this is most likely going to be a BREN round unless they can pull out some magic. Dubstep finding all the luck with that Bucky! And these are the rounds they have no business winning. Yet again, Dubstep with a Bucky. What?
He was at U-Haul, so the Bucky, at every single angle, at the farthest angle that you have in U-Haul, the right click just hits at the perfect range that it actually one-shots you if you're a good enough aim. And Dubstep obviously is a good enough aim. That's why he's the sniper player. And in a sense, Bucky is kind of like...
It's broken.
Yeah, it's like a sniper at mid-range. It's ridiculous. Like chat might actually flare up on me, but that's how I kind of view it, and it's ridiculous. And Riot has to try to do something about it because it's range, like you said, it's just unfair.
Chat. Asarai says that the Bucky is a sniper. Quote him on this.
Mid-range. Mid-range, okay?
All right. This is why you suck at opping, bro. I'm just kidding.
I'm a right player anyways, man. It's fine.
Yeah, fair enough, but Draxi, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to get pushed out yet again, and Dubstep finds the opening kill onto Draxi. Once more, he will control you. Stiletto will get the kill onto Dubstep in response. Throws out the paint shell to be able to clear a little bit more in terms of angles, but look at where they found each other. Dispenser just getting the timing onto Silver, and that's a very, very important kill to find right now. He also gives up the ultimate to that Cypher. See what they can do on the back of that play right now. A lot of information for BREN. What can they do with it? And the spike is going to go down towards A.
They immediately know that nobody is playing that U-Haul area. The triple smoke just to get that plant down! Nexi, how does he find those? Where was he even looking? Was the spherical smoke not enough to block the vision of Nexi? I think yes, and now from a 4 versus 3, a 3 versus 2. But Humi, once again, they have to chase this man down because he got the lineups. And now it is looking dire straits. There's the flames on the spike, and Nexi opened stuff up, but his teammates could not follow through. I don't think there's going to be a chance here, but maybe, just maybe, he can.
No,
oh, no,
that's the
never
orbital
mind.
strike. That's going to be it. Although, it's a nice attempt, a nice couple of shots there by Nexi. Very sexy indeed. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to close out the round for him. I feel like they overcommitted to the peak and mid. If I'm going to say Empire, they could have just covered the spike diffuser, and then that would have been enough, I think. But
no, because like Molly plus orbital, so they had to chase.
They had to find the brim. You're right. They had to find the brim, and they overcommitted to it.
Yeah.
Damn.
So they really had to, because again, they were pressed for time. Yeah, granted, Nexi got 2 amazing kills on A Heaven, but the positioning, the distance of every single member of Empire was far away, and they had to still run up and clear out the angles going up to the spike. When they knew where BREN was, there wasn't really enough time for them to play, you know, to play a little bit of the Nancy Pansy and try to just slow peek, slow retake. They can't. They had to go for that quick retake unless they wanted Humi to do the brim unfair plays once again. I mean, it's a play, it works, but it's just ridiculously difficult to try to counter. And let's see if he's going to be able to dodge this one out as the Hunter's Fury comes and gets a kill onto Silver. The big fragger, but Stiletto steps up with the kill on Dubstep.
That's a hard kill to find. That's an important double kill for Stiletto right there. He's going to be pushed off the angle. No, he's going to stay put. His location is compromised, though. Any peek he does is very, very dangerous. The shock darts are getting very close to landing to him right now. And Stiletto almost gets that shot. Jesse Vash gets it instead, and it's still a 3v3 doable comeback right now for Empire Esports. They've done well to come back this far. And I think it's still very much in the books that they can take this 12-9, excuse me.
Where's the spike, actually? They can pick it up on Hookah if they wanted to, and Bad goes once again. Okay, signs of life on the man himself. Nexi knows one is here. He doesn't miss those. He doesn't lose those, but Dispenser is here to step up onto the plate, leaving it all to Draxi, the man, a hope, a dream. He spots out the one, but notice that Spencer is onto the site in the 1 versus 1. He spots him, but not gonna be able to do it. The 3K onto the Lurker, and that is gonna be it. GG for the grand finals.
That is gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. BREN Esports are, without a shadow of a doubt, in a 3-0 spectacular fashion, going to be the champions here today. They'll be advancing towards week 2, where they will have the #1 seed and have a pretty fairly good chance right now at being your representatives for the Masters, the first representatives. But remember, the Philippines actually had 2 representatives for Masters, so if Empire can keep this up, you know, I'd say the odds are very much likely here. And just look at that. It's a little bit of a flex from the Dispenser side. He's showing off those guns. Gun show.
Damn.
The double gun show.
It was a definite winnable round for Draxi there, but Dispenser just showing that he can step up when they need to. He can step up when he needs to clutch. He did that multiple times in this best of 5. It looked like it was a best of 3 because they just swept the rug underneath the feet of Empire, but still, Empire did a fantastic job as they were able to win, able to at least hold their own against BREN with like 9 rounds on 2 games and then close to this one as well. But still, BREN the strongest in the Philippines.
If there is anything that we need to take away from this game, it's that, okay, aside from the fact that BREN is still #1, Empire, I'd say, is a solid #2. Nobody else has come close to beating them like this, and especially in a best of 5. They should be proud of how far they've gotten. They should be proud of how much they've grown. And I want to see what they bring to the table in 2 weeks from now when we go to the 2nd week of the VALORANT Champions Tour. That's going to be 2 weeks from now, and I'm so excited for that. Any last words before we go on the final break, Asarai?
To be honest, one thing there probably that Empire could try to work on probably any other team, their attacking side was okay. They're going to be able to steal a bit more rounds. But up against BREN, they needed something different to be able to pierce through the defense because they lost so many rounds on that attacking side that they definitely felt that coming into the second half. And if they had maybe 2 to 3 more rounds, we could maybe be looking like an 11-11, maybe even putting BREN on the brink of losing that game 3.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought this could have been actually a 2-1 at the very beginning. I thought this could have been 2 games for Empire. But unfortunately, again, that BREN magic, they just seem to have something that makes them, at the very end of a round or at the very end of the game, just clutch it out. But again, it has been an amazing time. But stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We are still going to be announcing the winners of, well, there's 15 of you going to be winning 1,500. Valorant points for grabs. That's going to be done, of course, by our panel. Our host is going to be telling you all about it. So for the very last time today, my name is Illustrado. This is Asurai, my partner. Please check out our social media. Follow us on our Facebook. So we can put it out on the bottom of the screen for a second there. Yeah, that's VALORANT Challengers Philippines, which is just as important. Check them out too, as we're going to be coming back in 2 weeks. So until then, see you guys for the next edition of VALORANT Challenger Philippines. Again, we're your hosts, Illustrado and Asurai. It's been a pleasure of a time. It's been an amazing time, an honor. But for now, we have to say goodbye. So, again, good game, guys, and good night.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby.
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Mac Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Welcome back, everybody, and good evening once again as we are now back here after the final map of our week number 1 here as BREN Esports. They secure the championship. They're going to be moving on with the top seed into week number 2 here at the VCT. You are still watching the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines. I am Black and Blue, guys, and what an amazing game we just had in our hands. Them taking it swiftly 3-0 over the Empire Esports team. But guys, let's open up the desk to our fellow co-analysts here. The reactions, initial ones, Viminal and Trix, what are you guys' thoughts about what just happened, what we saw from the dominance of BREN Esports?
I think that the games were really close, and I honestly wasn't expecting them to be that close. I was expecting for Empire to give a good fight for BREN, but I just thought that they did so well.
Right. Definitely agree with you there. Honestly, those first couple games were really close. Actually, even the third game, they were able to bounce back in the second half. And there were just some errors led to even bigger mistakes. That sort of butterfly effect that came into play. But so many of us were saying that it actually could have gone towards Empire's favor.
It definitely could have. I do believe that if Empire had a better hold on their Ascent game, I know that they changed the pace of it, which I really liked. I mentioned that on the analyst test before. I really feel like if you go against BREN, you have to start changing the pace of the game or else it becomes too easy to read. But I also feel that in the beginning of the rounds, especially with that one-way smoke that Humi was doing in A main, I just feel that Empire was fighting unnecessarily there.
Yeah, I mean, we were asking that very question, like, why force push that one-way smoke? I mean, it's a one-way smoke for a reason.
Yeah.
And it just was sort of puzzling, those mistakes on a fundamental level that sort of compounded later on.
So BREN definitely goes for more utilities and strategies, in my opinion. So I feel like that is why the duelists, especially on Empire Esports side, had more difficulty in terms of getting the opening kills that they really needed.
There are definitely a lot of, what ifs that did happen that really could have, as Viminal said a while ago, could have went 2-0 to start things off in the side of Empire Esports.
Yeah.
And what do you think, like, let's say, for example, map 1, number Ascent, right? What are maybe some of the main factors that could have propelled Empire Esports to be able to close out the game in their favor?
I think that, they had to consider BREN's lineup. It's not always just about one team's lineup, it's about both of their lineups. BREN had the Raze, Sova, Brimstone, Killjoy, Breach. And I believe it was the casters that mentioned this. That's a lot of utility and a lot of lineups that the opponents have. The Raze has a stop potential for any push that might happen early on, as does the Breach. And I think that in order for Empire to play against that, you have to put a little more pressure, play a little more far back, try to bait out the utilities. It can't just be going headstrong against these people who have really good aim.
And really, that's the point we've been trying to drive since day one, that against mechanically equal opponents, you have to resort to a different aspect of play, which is not very commonplace, apparently, in the Philippines as of this moment.
Speaking of strategies, I wanted to talk about a specific strategy as we look here at the stats of map number 1. There was a strat that, BREN Esports did quite a lot, wherein they would actually give up the site and go for the retake.
Yes.
We saw, for example, specifically on map number 1 on Ascent, wherein they would triple stack there towards a short, hold it down, let Empire take the site, and then go for the retake. What do you think would have been the proper response coming in from from Empire Esports to be able to counter that strat that they did, I think, twice or thrice even?
I think that when it comes to a team like BREN, you need to kind of bait the utilities out. You want them. So I think I've mentioned this before. If they've got a Sova and a Brimstone and you have your Killjoy, you can put down the Killjoy ulti, but you know it's going to get destroyed. Like, somebody's going to destroy it. And the question is, do you want them to destroy it? Because then you could bait it out. Like, you're going to put this ultimate down, you get the entire site. Let's say they don't break it then. That's still a lot of space for your team to push in. So you can grab all the space that they would have had using, as they did in a short. And instead of Empire Esports doing that, they gave the short control to BREN, and BREN had 3 ultimate skills up without using a single one, and used all of them just for the retake with the set Molotovs from Brimstone and from their Killjoy. And it's, they had to think that far ahead. It can't just be you want to get the plant down. You have to think about it as a game as a whole.
Right.
Thinking about the utilities, thinking about what might happen to you, how much utilities have they used. It's something to always keep track of in this game.
Amazing response there, Trix. Thank you for that so much. And it was beautiful to see from both sides. But you guys are looking now here still at the stats of map number 1, Empire. Obviously, there was a point where they were able to tie things up. Clutches that could have went either way for the side of BREN Esports. Fortunately for them, it went their way most of the time. But Empire just a hair short of potentially taking a few rounds there, which really could have swung the momentum and taken map number 1. But you can see here, these are, I believe, the stats for map number 2 right now as we're looking on Haven with Cypher there on Stiletto and Dispenser on the Killjoy. Once again, that's the second map where he played Killjoy in a row here in the grand final, and the second map where he does get MVP once again. So big props to Dispenser for that. We expect nothing less coming in from them. But a pick that I want to pick out here and point out here is Borkum on the Sky once again. Something we have not normally seen coming in from any PH team, but BREN Esports have been doing it spectacularly. And Borkum, the guy to switch on over it, which is funny because, he started out on Breach, then he went to the Phoenix, then he went to the Omen, then back to the Breach, and now on Sky.
Flasher agents.
If there's a Flasher, he's probably going to move to it. Vim.
Yoru incoming.
Yeah,
Yoru incoming.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, Borkum on that Sky, definitely getting a lot of value from Sky's kit. But I'm really curious, guys, especially Trix. What do you think compelled him to take on that Sky pick as opposed to Phoenix and Breach?
I think, especially on Haven, it's a large map, and ideally everyone knows you kind of want to have a Sova there for the intel. You want to clear the corners. You want his drone to come out. But then if you also think about it, Sky has that kit. Sky's flashes can tell you where an opponents are in a general direction if you flash at the right spots. And you have her Trailblazer that's just also going to let you see the closer angles, which is similar to Sova's drone. So it feels like essentially BREN went for that double intel pick with the option of having that heal that Sage would definitely have had before. Sage was very popular in Haven. And I think that it's really strong, but it also requires a solid team. Only because, when you play Sky, you can't actually peek as fast as you can a Breach.
True.
Because Breach's flash is like instant. But Sky's flash, first of all, you can break it if you have good tracking. And second of all, Sky has to activate it and then she'll pull her gun out. So it's that lag time that, BREN's team actually covered for Sky, for Borkum.
Well, it does kind of make up for it because she has 3 of them, right? As opposed to
Yes.
most, flashers who only might have 2. And we're looking now here at the stats for map number 3. Byron, let's talk about the third map and how things went down. The first half of it was clearly a stomp by BREN Esports, right? They almost went flawless in that first half. But the second half, Empire were able to strike back, as Asteroid would like to put it. And so, well, they had the chance
I was
there,
kind of a bit slow right there to catch that reference, but okay, thank you, Azra.
he kept on throwing it out, so might as well.
All right.
But yeah, look, you can see here, obviously, the stats heavily favoring BREN Esports, but I don't want to talk about the stats. What I do want to talk about is how they played. What exactly happened in that first half that Empire were, seemed like struck and then lost, and how to answer back to BREN Esports.
Honestly, I think that very slow start for the side of Empire was mainly due to perhaps, mental fatigue.
Yeah.
Perhaps the byproduct of losing the past 2 games in the series.
I definitely feel like it was also fatigue. I know we see Empire to be really solid, and they just played a little differently. I felt they were kind of out of it. They're probably also feeling like they've lost two games. They had those games too.
Right.
They were leading, then they were falling behind, then they'd catch up, and it's emotionally taxing on the players. And I feel that when they went into bind, there was that issue. But before we actually really break down bind, I actually wanted to ask you, Vimino.
Yeah.
What do you think about how to shut down a Jet? Because we've seen Dubstep on that Jet, and he's known to be a great operator player. But how is somebody supposed to actually stop that from happening, from him popping off?
Okay. Now, this is something very standard. Typically when you have an operator, a very proficient operator on the enemy team, you want to be able to pinpoint where their operator is and then block that line of sight using some hard smokes, right?
Yeah.
When you have a Sova, when you have an Omen with the regenerating smokes, or perhaps a Brimstone that has ridiculously large AoE of smoke,
Yeah.
like if a Brimstone drops a smoke right here, like the whole studio would be like, I don't know.
So
I don't know where I'm going with that.
ideally, it would be
Basically, pinpoint where it is,
Yeah.
block the line of sight, then
and then push the sides.
push the sight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was actually hoping to also see a little more explosive gameplay on all maps, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. After getting the intel that they usually get early in the game, Empire Esports, I was hoping they'd go for that explosive hit, but I just feel like they were constantly getting shut down, especially in Bind with the Cypher camera of Dispenser. He'd always have a camera there and constantly get people entering the sites, and I just feel like it shut down Empire's ability to easily take as much information as they usually like to take and then lock down a certain area of that site so that the opponents just can't play for retake. But I just feel like in that game, they weren't given any leeway for that.
Right. They weren't given any sort of space to work with, and that really does take a tremendous amount of pressure on you, especially on those cheeky camera positions. It's just. Man, it's just a tremendous amount of pressure when that dart hits you, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I have to take it off me."
But you have to get to a safe spot too.
Exactly.
It's hard.
It's a lot of pressure, and I would have loved to talk about Icebox too if we ever got to the fourth map. But now, guys, obviously our MVP for this has to be Dispenser. 272.5 ACS on him, average kills of 19 per game, kills per round 1-0, so he's definitely on the positive there. Damage per match, 3,153.5, headshot percentage of pretty much 20, and this guy went for a KDA of 2.4. So very good stats, and congratulations to Dispenser. Definitely deserving of the most valuable player here in our grand final match, and he did insane. He landed some nutty shots with a Sheriff, with everything, with a Marshal, with a op, everything.
Even with his grenades. He
Even
was
with his
landing,
nades.
like some insane kills, yeah.
He definitely was, guys. And so congratulations to him and to BREN Esports. But guys, let's now look finally at how the brackets have turned out during this entire weekend. This is only week number 1, mind you guys, and we've already had very exciting games to start things off. And you can see the quarterfinals with AA and MP Empire beating AA Archangel to move into the semis, wherein they also beat Chimera 2-0, and they made it to the grand final, wherein they faced BREN Esports. Well, BREN Esports, how was their trail to get here to the grand final of week number 1? They went through SC Atlas very swiftly, and Dreamfire, who put up a great fight in their stead, but, well, in the end, BREN Esports got to the grand final and swiftly took a 3-0 series, although I want to correct myself, not swiftly, because while it says 3-0, it was a lot closer than that final scoreline really does, show.
It didn't really feel like a 3-0, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was very hard fought. They did close it out in the end, though, and that is also, it speaks to the prowess and the veteran leadership and experience that BREN Esports have to close out the game, because that's, something that really does come a factor, but really that 3-0 was a close 3-0, if anything, guys, and so that was an amazing game we just saw. I would have loved to be able to talk about Icebox, because I thought that was a very interesting map for both of these teams.
I mean, come on, Icebox and Split? Oh my gosh, Chad, those are our favorite maps.
They are, for me at least, definitely my favorite maps. Like, I really want to see those
I would have loved to see that one. But honestly, we had an amazing bracket over the weekend. It was a tale of upsets for the side of Empire versus AA, Dreamfire versus Affinity, but in the end, nobody could stop the inevitable force of nature that was BREN Esports.
And I want to say that this entire bracket this weekend, it was just full of, like, complete sweeps. I know that we're saying they are close games, and they are, but every team just got 2-0, and then BREN at the very end had 3-0. So I just feel like it was a clean weekend.
Yeah, might as well have brought the broom in the dustpan after this one. But guys, let us now finally go to our giveaway winners. Of course, while BREN Esports did win, you guys, some of you have won as well. 15 of you. 5. There we go. Are going to be our winners here. We're going to flash your name up on the screen now. You guys won 1,500 Valorant points. Congratulations to Crystal Root. That's a nice name. Dante, Subayan Jr., Keith Soriano, Kyle Sioko, Francis Danison Bunyag, Jezreel Garcia, John Bunye, Joseph Moreno, Ralph Marcelo, Renzo Mancilia. Congratulations to you guys. You are the first 10, and the rest, the next 5, there is Zivon Calica, Miguel Awili, William Gabisan, Mart, Magnaya, and John Pedro. Congratulations to you guys once again. Do simply message the PPGL page so that we can get in contact with you and you guys will know how to redeem your points. If you guys know these two and they're not watching, please do tag them down below. But guys, yes, do message the PPGL Facebook page so that we can get in contact with you guys and, well, you guys can redeem your 1,500 Valorant points. As I said, thank you so much for liking and sharing the stream and doing all of that, guys. Mind you, this is only week number 1. We're going to have more of this. Guys, this is going to go on all the way till the end of the year, so we are not done just yet. Do not forget, too, that for updates on that, you guys should follow us on every single platform on social media that you guys can think of. Like and follow our Facebook page at facebook.gg/ppgl.gg. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at bit.ly/ppglyt or simply search PPGL on YouTube. And of course, we are streaming the English stream on Twitch as well, guys. TikTok. Check us out on TikTok and Instagram and all the other platforms because, well, we have lots of behind the scenes. I know you guys are shipping Dax and Asarai there, so there's a newly uploaded TikTok video of Daxarai right there, and they're doing some really sweet stuff with each other. And guys, we're going to have even more content to come out in the future with that. We're going to have interviews within the week. We're going to have other fun stuff too. I think we might even do some, vocal impressions or something, or I don't know. We're just going to have lots of fun there on our social media pages. So guys, you want to see behind the scenes? Do check out our social media pages. Of course, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, everything, Instagram, TikTok. We're all on that. Search us up. You're going to find us very easily. But guys, right, let me remind you that this is only, once again, the first week. So February 19th is the second week, wherein we're going to have a 3-week weekend. Once again, we're going to be having pretty much the same thing. So the top 4 teams that you saw today and this weekend are directly seeded into February 19th weekend, which is week number 2. That is going to be, well, one hell of a qualifying, weekend because the number 1 team from that, the championship of that, is going to go on to represent the Philippines in the 2021 VALORANT Masters. Week number 3, the top team of that as well will also represent the Philippines in 2021 VALORANT Masters. So at the end of stage number 1, at the end of these 3 weeks, really 6, because it's every other weekend, don't forget, we're going to have 2 teams from the Philippines to represent in the 21 VALORANT Masters, guys. So do not forget about that. We're going to be back. Once again, mark the dates on your calendar, February 19th. That is going to be our weekend number 2, as the open qualifiers are going to be going on throughout the week as well, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in. Trix and Viminal, any last words before you guys want to cut this off?
Man. Man, oh man. What an experience this weekend has been. Let me tell you guys. All right, I'm going to be... Okay, I've been trying to compose my thoughts for the past few minutes because, when we were given the heads up that we're going to be giving our closing thoughts from the experience of the weekend and everything. But I just want to thank each and every one of you for supporting the broadcast, supporting the talents, and supporting the players, because I don't know, man. This whole thing really means a lot to me, and this whole opportunity is a huge dream come true for me and a lot of the other talents on board. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank each and every one of you for watching and supporting the stream, and we promise that we will come up with a lot more content, and we're just getting warmed up, friends.
So I would say, pro teams, I hope to see you again. I love seeing your plays. I love seeing the improvement. You guys have surprised me. And stay happy, healthy, and make good choices.
There you go, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. You have been watching the 2021 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1. It is day number 3. I am Black and Blue. Thank you so much. This was all, of course, organized by PPGL and in cooperation with Mineski and Globe, guys. So thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, mark the date, February 19th to 21 is going to be our week number 2. So that's it for us, guys, for this week. We're going to see you guys next time. Take care. Well, have a great evening.